Section 49 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 12, on the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association experiments, Part 2. Report on some experiments and their results. I will begin with an experiment on a subject remarkable for penetrating and reliable self-observation. Experiment 1. A married doctor well acquainted with the association experiment. The probable mean, PM, of the reaction time, RT, in these tests was 9/5 or 1.8 seconds. That of the galvanometer deviation was 8 millimeters. Times or deviations, so-called too large values, above the average are to be regarded, therefore, as disturbances due to emotionally toned complex. The average values of reaction times which I obtained cannot be directly compared with Jung's, for my personal equation is greater, and the conditions of the order of my research are also different from his. The lowest probable mean that I obtained, and that was only in one normal experiment, was 8/5 equals 1.6 second, so that 1.8 second is a low average value. Curve 1 shows the experiment graphically. Stimulus word 1, head. Reaction word, hand. Reaction time in 1/5 second, 7. Galvanometer deviation in millimeters, 16. Stimulus word 2, blue. Reaction word, C. Reaction time in 1/5 second, 9. Galvanometer deviation in millimeters, 6. These times disclose no particular emotional tone. A deviation of 16 in test 1 demands an explanation. Berenyi had already pointed out that the first deviations in an experiment are usually greater than the subsequent ones. Besides complicated physical causes, it depends also on the fact that most persons are somewhat embarrassed and excited at the beginning, and their attention is stretched, so that, quite apart from its content, the first word will discover a complex connected with ideas of the experiment itself, such as, what will my reactions be like, long or short? Shall I be able to find a reaction word at all? Will any of my secret thoughts and wishes come out? What will the experimenter think about them? These are all ideas which strongly excite the ego complex, and are hence emotionally toned in a striking degree. Footnote. Naturally, such thoughts need not be clearly conscious, although the effect be present. C.P. Jung, effects have as a rule an intellectual content, which need not always be conscious. The Psychology of Dementia Precox by Dr. C.G. Jung, translated by Peterson and Brill, New York, The Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases Publishing Company, 1909. End of footnote. The relationship of the subject to the experimenter has a particular influence which produces its effect throughout the whole experiment. Jung has brought this out very clearly, and Berenyi likewise. In this case, where the subject is relatively unembarrassed as regards the experimenter, and has often had the test carried out on himself, the second deviation already falls below the mean. 3. Wall, star. Reaction time, 9. Galvanometer deviation, 14. Whilst the time is average, the deviation as compared with the previous one exhibits a considerable difference. Wall, star, is an unusual association requiring explanation. Asked what had here occurred to him, he explains that he really wished to say stone. Footnote. The word stone was said by the subject in English, translator, and a footnote. I got his free association to stone, and we obtained the following series: stone, stone blue, blue sky; star, sister-in-law, who when engaged often reacted with the word star; brother-in-law, wife; a Mr. St. T, number 1, and another Mr. St, number 2. He now recollected that the word wall sounded for a moment like will, and the connection became clear to him. He has been waiting for some time for a work from Mr. St, number 1, which he very much wants. He had often said to himself, will the work ever appear, and has Mr. St finished it? He had exactly the opposite feeling about the second Mr. St, about whose power of working he was astonished. Both names have a close clang relationship to the above series of associations. The reaction could be, therefore, expressed somewhat as follows: when will Mr. St's work appear? If only Mr. St number 1 were as energetic as Mr. St number 2. The determination of the reaction wall, star, is thus disclosed. We see the way in which, through the complex of Mr. St's work and its emotional tone, the word wall gets the clang of will. But from wall to star, there are chains of thought which pass alongside the former, although more superficially. Footnote: Freud's interpretation of dreams. End of footnote. The overdetermination which Freud has shown to take place in dreams is also true of association tests. The subject states that at wall he had thought of the walls of the asylum, and had thereat the feeling of something severing, inhibiting, insurmountable. In seeking an explanation of these determinants with star, the English word stone, given in the above scenes, occurred to me, and I noticed that the previous reaction word was sea, which, with star, was the title of a well-known book in which England played a great share. The subject affirmed that he had read Star of the Sea, 1906, with great interest, and it at once occurred to him that on the title page of the book there was a blue flag with a white star. He further explains that he had described a great star in a poem just as it was illustrated in the Star of the Sea, 1906. In reality, there is no star on the title page of the book, as he thought. It was, as the subject himself recognized, a paramnesia by assimilation. A third reference to England is the association brother-in-law, who had frequent opportunities of traveling to England, and was not so fixed to one place as the subject himself. He was also recently trying to arrange with a colleague for a journey to England, which was of some importance to him, but his work at the asylum stood in the way, hindered him. The subject is, be it remarked by the way, passionately fond of traveling. Wall thus seemed to signify a hindrance to this journey through his work in the asylum. Finally, it occurred to him that his colleague had advised him to combine with the voyage to England one to America, and not to take the Norddeutscher Lloyd, but to travel by the White Star Line. We shall find a third determinant for this reaction in reaction 59, where I purposely interpolated the word star as a stimulus word during the test so as to obtain further evidence about the curious reaction 3. Although this analysis is incomplete, it does show the wide ramifications and chains of ideas leading up to two strong complexes. It is enough to show us why the deviation was so extensive here. We also learned at the same time that the complexes need not be conscious at the moment of the reaction to obtain such large deviations. The subject had only a vague feeling of hindrance. The intellectual content of the feeling was quite concealed from him. 4. Prick, knife. Reaction time 6. Galvanometer deviation 6. The subject had carried out several association tests with the same stimulus word. This reaction, which is one frequently heard, is for him merely verbal, without emotional tone. 5. Devil, angel, reaction time 7, galvanometer deviation 9. He knew that the stimulus word, angel, followed prick, and was therefore surprised when devil was pronounced. We changed the stimulus words of our usual list at several places because he knew the list. 6. Lame, ill. Reaction time 7. Galvanometer deviation 7. Lame is again my stimulus word. Subject is surprised. 7. Boat, row. Reaction time 9. Galvanometer deviation 8. The day before he had passed by a Mr. Boat without seeing him, and so had not saluted him, which made him feel uncomfortable. No distinct influence upon the two values could be recognized. 8. Plow, field. Reaction time 7. Galvanometer deviation 1. As in reaction 4, this has become through usage a purely verbal motor reaction. The low deviation clearly shows the difference in the emotional tone between this indifferent reaction and the above reactions. 9. Will, strive. Reaction time 7. Galvanometer deviation 12. The subject is a strongly pronounced striving for knowledge, work, and recognition. The long deviation accords with this strong complex. 10. Friendly, hateful. Reaction time 7. Galvanometer deviation 5. Wanted to say hate, constellated by a dream of the previous night which referred to an old complex not recently revised and which will be dealt with later. So far there had been a rapid rise of the whole curve, as is usually observed in normal tests. Footnote, by curve, I designate the whole graphic course of the experiment, whilst the expression complex wave is only used for the individual undulations interposed in the total curve, and which are again composed of individual deviations. End of footnote. The more rapid or slower rise of the curve at the beginning has become for me a valuable criterion of the psychical sensibility. The more finely organized the subject, the more labile his affectivity, and the greater the consequent excitation through the experiment, the more rapidly does the curve rise. Physiological and physical influences also have a share in this, but the psychological peculiarities of the subject still seem to me the most important. There is no doubt as to the effect of psychical factors at the beginning of the curves in Test 2, 3, and 4. 11. Fish, water. RT 9, GD 7. Fish was put in by me. It therefore seemed strange to the subject. 12. Ask, answer. RT 7, GD 4. 13. State, law. RT 7, GD 3. 14. Haughty, hateful. RT 6, GD 5. In reactions 12 and 13, the same holds good as for 4 and 8. Reaction 14 is constellated by the same dream as reaction 10. Note that the complex shows no signs in reactions 10 and 14, except the rather indirect content of the reaction. 15. Thorn, flesh. RT 7, GD 10. It at once occurs to him that thorn signifies a sexual symbol and has replaced the word stalk. During the reaction, he is thinking that Paul says of himself, he has a thorn in the flesh. 16. To dance, joyous. RT 12, GD 12. Time and deviation obviously increased. The subject is annoyed at having to go to a ball next day. Thereat a mass of strongly toned reminiscences. 17, C, lake, RT6, GD5. Lower values for time and deviation, but the curve nevertheless rises. Possibly reactions 15 and 16 are here at work, but there is an emotional tone at reaction 17, for he formerly had great longings for the sea, which were again aroused by the promised journey to England. The emotional tone is not expressed in the deviation itself, but by a positive fluctuation, which is not followed by any negative, as usual, but by the second strong positive fluctuation. The emotional tone does not diminish, but is strengthened after saying the reaction word. The flat course of the curve from reactions 10 to 17 is explained by the low emotional tone of most of these reactions. It is only after reaction 15 that stronger fluctuations arise, and at reaction 17 cause a rise in the level. 18, ill, poor, RT6, GD6. 19, proud, eminent, RT9, GD15. He is often reproached by his family with being too proud. He has, in general, a strongly developed conscience. 20, England, France, RT9, GD14. 21, ink, drink, RT7, GD10. He meant to say drinker. On his last voyage to England, he had charge of a female patient, a drinker. The reaction belongs to the strong complex of the journey planned to England. 22, all, ton, RT7, GD14. Alton is the name of the estate where his wife's parents live and where his wife grew up. The size of the deviations and the rise of the curve show that complexes were met within reactions 19 to 22. 23, Nigel, Bath, RT7, GD10. Was surprised at the dialect word Nidel. Nidelbad is a sanatorium near Zurich. The deviation equals 10, is partly related to surprise at the stimulus word. It was inserted instead of needle. He subsequently recalled Cleopatra's Needle in London and the Needles at Southampton. England is here again. 24, swim, water, RT7, GD7. 25, leave, take, RT11, GD12. Reproduction, have. 3 complex signs in this reaction: prolonged time, increased deviation, and disturbance in reproduction. Leave is a strong complex for, as mentioned, he is very fond of traveling, but as physician to a state asylum, only receives short leave. The journey to England is again involved. 26, rude, gruff, RT11, GD8. The reaction time 11 is due to the perseveration of the reaction 25. See later about the influence of perseveration on time and deviation. 27, red, rot, blue, RT9, GD10. Apparently a purely verbal reaction, but the deviation points to a complex. He thinks of the pathologist Rot, who did a post-mortem on his father, and of the proverb, today red, tomorrow dead. He can think of nothing further. For the analysis, see reaction 63. 28, threaten, hit, RT9, GD11. Reproduction, lengthy reflection. The complex aroused in reactions 10 and 14 occurs to him on account of which he was for a time threatened. Whilst there were no complex signs here we get 2. 29, asylum, have, RT11, GD8. Believed he had answered too soon, before the stimulus word was quite spoken. The reaction time 11 shows that he deceived himself. He at first thought it was manners. Manners is connected with the complex in reaction 28 and was heard in the sense of the complex. Footnote. These cases are spoken of as assimilation of the stimulus word to the complex. End of footnote. Asylum at the same time was repressed. Footnote. For repression, consult Freud's works and Jung. End of footnote. Analysis 3 shows us that in asylum there is a tone of unpleasure. 30, rich, poor. RT 8, GD 20. 20 is the biggest deviation so far. Money complex plays a large part in this subject and is closely connected with his love of traveling, his salary at the asylum, and his future way of living. 31, place, time. RT 7, GD 13. Place is apprehended in his philosophic sense. He asked himself whether I had inserted the word to arouse his philosophic complex. Was then the emotional tone, which the galvanometer showed, not to be brought into connection with the complex, already present and only conditioned through the person of the experimenter? Not at all, for the transference of the emotional tone to the experimenter points to a definite source of effect, which has, however, another origin. The period when he was much engaged with philosophy is emotionally toned to an extreme degree for him. 32, ring, swing. RT 7, GD 6. 33, pain, heavy. RT 14, GD 14. The rhyme in reaction 32 accords with the weak deviation. It is a purely verbal mechanism, which in a subject so practiced in language as himself demands the minimum of attention. But we may note that the clang association, with its slight deviation, follows directly after a reaction with distinct emotional tone. Reaction 33 was heard as rain, a good example of repression and of the assimilation of the stimulus word to the sense of a complex. That pain should be repressed is not astonishing. He would like to enjoy life, but has a slight disposition to hypochondriacal ideas, as we shall see later. 34, money, have. RT 9, GD 24. The deviation exceeded number 30, rich, poor, by 4 millimeters. We see how strongly developed is the money complex with all that pertains to it. 35, mountain, climb. RT 9, GD 12. He regrets that in consequence of his asylum work, he has little time for mountaineering. 36, play, cards. RT 11, GD 5. Reproduction, reflex. Here he thought of his wife and children. 37, spec, neck. RT 9, GD 6. 38, repent, spent. RT 11, GD 7. The time is prolonged, but not the deviation. But the rise of the curve afterwards denotes a rising emotional tone. Reaction 38 is connected with the complex, not gone into, which he had in mind in reaction 10, without its becoming objective there. Analysis showed that he wanted to say hate and substituted the more harmless hateful. In reaction 14, haughty, hateful, the complex was not yet recognizable, but it came out in reactions 28, threaten, hit, and 29, asylum, have. The complex is objectively evident in reactions 38 and 39. It would seem that the complex became more and more autonomous, coming more to the surface with the addition of the stimuli. The autonomy of the complex is seen also in the curve, which in the section 34 to 38 presents for the first time the picture of a distinct complex curve, long deviation with the subsequent fall of the curve and smaller deviations. 39. Custom, manners, RT 9, GD 10. Reproduction, reflex. 40. Ride, drive, RT 7, GD 11. Regrets he has now no time for riding. 41. Sand, sea, RT 9, GD 10. Thinks of the journey to England and of a friend's dream where the word Santonin played a part. It was this friend who suggested the journey to England. 42. Stupid, donkey, dubel, RT 9, GD 18. The reaction was the dialect word dubel, a fool, donkey. He explains that this reaction was emotionally toned. He was thinking of a particular person. 43. Sap, rap, RT 7, GD 6. 44. Despise, esteem, RT 9, GD 6. 45. Tame, wild, RT 11, GD 5. Reproduction, reflex. At first he understood tooth instead of tame, the word used in the ordinary schedule. 46. Important, unimportant, RT 7, GD 1. 47. People, ruler, RT 9, GD 10. Reproduction, reflex. Here Napoleon occurred to him, and a dream analysis where Napoleon came in, but the emotional tone is derived from the will to power, which is strongly marked in him. The experiment was here interrupted by a message, and his hands were removed from the electrodes. After a few minutes, the experiment was continued. We now observed a very rapid rise of the curve, which in 4 reactions reached the same height, which it took 16 reactions to reach in the first part. In general, the second part of the curve shows a much more nervous, labile character than the first. On close investigation, the same kind of change is seen between the end of the first part of the curve and its beginning and middle. A more distinct effect of the complexes on the curve is noticeable. 48. Drown, swim, RT 17, GD 14. As this is the first reaction in the second part of the curve, the great deviation must not be regarded as a complex sign without investigation, but the long reaction time, 17 seconds, points to one. The subject apprehended the reaction word as Aprilchen. This has rather more clang association to the German than to the English reaction word, and at once thought of a journey to England which was to take place next April, another good instance of assimilation to the complex. 49. Belly, lie, RT 8, GD 18. Apprehended sexually and in the sense of crawling on one's belly to someone, something very antagonistic to the subject, especially in scientific matters. 50. Wrong, right, RT 9, GD 3. 51. Krüter, spruta, RT 16, GD 40. He thought of the well-known verse with these rhymes to the name of Goethe. Goethe sets up through a particular constellation, which cannot be here gone into, a strong emotional tone. The subject admits that from this time on, he experienced distinct excitation. We shall deal with this section of the curve, 51 to 58, again. 52. Divorce, force, RT 9, GD 5. 53. Hunger, thirst, RT 6, GD 6. 54. Knowledge, thirst, RT 9, GD 8. As thirst for knowledge. 55. Child, have, RT 10, GD 5. He thinks that his youngest child is slightly unwell, but there seems to be some stronger complex behind this apparently innocent reaction. The reaction word have suggests this, but this word only occurs in definite complex places. See manners, have, money, have, and later, fame, have, salary, have. Jung calls such stereotyped reaction words complex representatives. The complex is quite unconscious here. Besides the stereotyped reaction word, the complex is betrayed by prolongation of the reaction time, 1/5 of a second above the mean. We shall meet the complex again in reaction 59. 56, hat, put on, RT11, GD6. 57, pencil, write, RT11, GD5. Remembers that pencil is occasionally apprehended as a sexual symbol. 58, carrot, sugar, RT7, GD2. Reproduction, reflex, again a sexual symbol. 59, star, house, RT12, GD20. Reproduction, reflex. This reaction enabled us to penetrate into the deepest layers of the reaction. Wall, star. The subject has the feeling that it was the same thing here as in reaction 3. He really wants to say wall. The wish which accompanied the reaction was, may a lucky star shine over our house. That refers to the future of his family in general, but also to its past. See the poem mentioned in reaction 3 where he described his lucky star. To star, the subject next thought of Star of Bethlehem, and recalling the association sister-in-law, now pregnant, and wife, from the series of associations in reaction 3, reaction 35, child, have, and also reaction 75, family, have. We easily recognize the wish concealed behind all these reactions. But the association, Star of Bethlehem, unto us a son is born, first gives us the correct clue. He has now 2 daughters. The wish for a son is easily understandable. We can summarize the analysis of reactions 3 and 59, although it is far from exhausted, as the expert will quickly see. First layer. When will Mr. St. Number 1's work appear? If only he were as energetic as Mr. St. Number 2. What was the wall? Equals hindrance. Here was not mentioned. Second layer. When shall I travel to England? Shall I go to America with the White Star Line? If only the asylum were not such as wall. Brick wall equals hindrance. Third layer. When shall I have a son? May a lucky star grant him to me. The wall equals hindrance is fate in general, which has hitherto opposed his desire. 60. Cellar, excellent. RT9, GD1. A very superficial reaction. The very slight deviation is explained by the previous reaction. The deviation of reaction 60 is at the short descending limb of a complex wave, which here consists of 2 reactions only. We shall see later why the deviations found at the downstroke of a complex wave are particularly short, and the corresponding reactions particularly superficial. 61, light, beat, RT13, GD10. Patient heard the stimulus word as fight, and at once thought of an opponent. It is the same complex as in reaction 42. 62, love, dear, RT6, GD7. Note the subsequent rise of the curve. Love has in itself a strong emotional valuation. 63, grass, herb, RT12, GD7. The reaction time is prolonged, the deviation indifferent. Biblical sayings are at the base of the reaction. For all flesh is grass. Again, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. The second saying was not verbally remembered by the subject during the analysis, but its content was present. Moreover, During the reaction, he saw the picture illustrating it in the Corrisfield Bible. Especially vivid was the rain, which was so closely connected with the passage. We have already, during the test, come across one saying expressing a similar idea. Today red, tomorrow dead. It was at reaction 27, red, blue, RT9, GD10, when he at the same time thought of the pathologist Rott, who performed an autopsy on his father. Here again, father at once occurred to him. The association of father was aroused in both reactions by ideas of death, which the sayings, today red, etc., and all flesh contain. The father can be here, but a cover figure concealing some other person. We shall not go far astray in suspecting it is the subject himself, for Freud's remark about dreams, that the chief actor is always the dreamer himself, is equally true here. After much reflection, he remembered his father used to say that the L's, his surname, never lived long, and it was at the age of 30 that he had expressed these hypochondriacal thoughts most frequently. We know now that, although he does not want to admit it, similar thoughts are passing in his own mind. He is now 31 years old. The saying, let the earth, etc., is a turning away from himself to his successor, son. In the two reactions, 27 and 63, we thus find the instincts of self-preservation and of the preservation of the species, which are in other ways well marked in him. This saying also leads to our understanding reaction 59, may a lucky star. Very remarkable is the biblical coloring in which all these complexes are arrayed. The subject was very religious in childhood, thus past, present, and future combine in the short analysis. One might expect that to the words red and grass we should get dead and flesh, whilst the reactions are blue and herb, most innocent reactions. This brings out very clearly the censure in Freud's sense. These two sayings containing thoughts of death touch him painfully. He thus seeks to elude them and succeeds. To put it in Jung's language, the ego complex has overcome the very unpleasantly toned death complex and has assimilated the stimulus word in a sense appropriate to the ego complex, thus concealing the painful thoughts or hiding them from himself. And, as so frequently happens, in the repression of one complex, another suppressed complex, that of propagation, found a means to make itself evident. We shall return later to the relationship between deviation and time in this reaction. 64. To yield. Yield up. RT11, GD3. The disproportion between RT and GD is explained by perseveration from the previous reaction. 65, goat, buck. RT7, GD14. He thought of a gentleman whom a colleague had called a goat the day before. At the same time the thought arose, the experimenter will draw analogous conclusions about me. The curve now rose rapidly. One gets the impression that the complexes force themselves more to the front, withdrawing from the force of the ego complex. The ego complex has lost its inhibitory action, and so the remaining complexes gain in autonomy. Thus, instead of the fairly regular first half of the curve, we find extreme fluctuations in the second half, where the individual complexes gain expression. 66, big, little, RT6, GT8. 67, potato, new, RT5, GT5. 68, tired, I am, RT7, GD5. Reaction 68 is the beginning of the well-known child's prayer. The reaction is constellated by the subject's momentary condition. The fatigue helps in the complex becoming autonomous. After this reaction, the curve shows a tendency to fall, and one might expect that there would be peace again. But a critical stimulus word followed in which the subject feels that he now has exposed his complexes. He acknowledges in analysis that after reaction 69, he became more excited and had the feeling, now everything will come out. The curve shows the excitation at reaction 65. The test is more subtle than conscious perception. The feeling of fear that now everything will come out must attain a certain threshold value in order to reach consciousness. 69. Sex determination. RT9, GD25. Thinks of Schenk's method of determining sex before birth. We know that he has 2 daughters and would like a son. Besides, the word sex is itself very complex rousing. See the connection with reaction 65, when the excitation not yet conscious had begun. 70. Young, old, RT7, GD16. The subject admits that the death complex reverberated here. 71. Fame, have, RT7, GD15. We have mentioned have as a complex representative. We are here dealing with the complex of ambition, thirst for knowledge, will to power, which we have frequently met. This section of the curve, 65 to 71, can be regarded as an upstroke of the complex curve. Footnote. Hitherto, we have only spoken of complex curves when a downstroke with slight deviations followed a long deviation. But in place of one long deviation, we can get several deviations, which are then usually found upon the upstroke. End of footnote. On closer examination, it can be split into 2 halves belonging to 2 complexes, which are not entirely separated from one another. The first complex, 65 to 68, was aroused by the reaction goat, buck, and was fading when the new complex, sex determination, arose, causing a further rise of the curve, together with the subsequent reactions. It is only in reaction 73 that the downstroke of this composite complex curve begins. The reaction 74 to 76, which have but little emotional tone, belong to this downstroke. 72. Bear, heavy, RT11, GD12. Thinks of reaction 33, also a pregnancy and his wife, son. 73. Box, bed, RT11, GD12. Perseveration of thoughts about his wife, for box, bed, is an association due to her former pregnancy. Notice how the complexes increase, and that they are not new ones. They now extend because the inhibition on the part of the ego complex is absent. 74. Course, sex, RT 8, GD 0. The hesitation at the reaction word points to the commencing emptiness of association caused by the complexes. No deviation at all. The reaction only detained the descent of the curve for a moment. 75. Family, have, RT6, GD4. Have alone betrays the complex. 76. Wash, pure, RT8, GD3. To the last 3 associations, a minimum of attention was given. The complexes aroused at reaction 69 to 73 are still at work. In a subject less fluent in speech, we might here expect clang or verbal motor reactions. But for this subject, a mere trace of attention is sufficient to find a word that makes sense. 77. Ambition, to be, RT7, GD15. The complex again breaks through without bothering about the verbal form of the stimulus word. The reaction is very superficial, verbal motor, which probably accounts for absence of any prolongation of time. 78. Foreign, far, RT12, GD7, reproduction, wide. Foreign is taken in the geographical sense. The incorrect reproduction, wide, points to the love of traveling. 79. Back, rack, RT7, GD9. A verbal reaction, hence the short time, constellated by a reminiscence of a patient. 80. To count, count out, RT9 GD8, 81 state état, RT12 GD23. 3 complex indicators. Translation of the stimulus word in the prolongation of both time and deviation. The reaction refers both to the sexual and to the social spheres. Its emotional tone must be very strong, for the curve scarcely descends between reactions 81 and 82. 82, narrow, broad, RT7, GD8. The curve now begins to fall. If we are to regard reactions 81 and 82 as the beginning of a complex wave, reactions 83 to 87 are its descending limb. 83, brother, sister, RT7, GD3. 84, harmful, useful, RT7, GD2. The superficial verbal apprehension of these 2 reaction accords with the lower figures for time and deviation. 85, birth, accoucheur, RT8, GD13. Thought of his sister-in-law and his wife. We recognize the old complexes, but they no longer exercise the same effect upon the curve, for they cannot restrain its descent. It is probable they have somewhat abstracted by now, through their frequent expression in so many reactions. 86, falsify, deceive, RT11, GD10. Relates to the opponent whom we have already encountered. 87, regret, lively, RT8, GD8. Seems a superficial verbal reaction. Still, the curve ascends. He regrets having insufficient time for the execution of his scientific and travel plans. 88, kiss, beloved, RT9, GD10. Probably a reminiscence from the subjects with whom he has himself conducted experiments. This is a common reaction on their part. 89, toy, play, RT9, GD25. Was confused by the stimulus word. Thinks of children's toys, but the long reaction can scarcely be accounted for by this confusion alone. Toy leads to toying, play to his children and his wife. 90, foul, useful, RT14, GD14. Death complex, but there is an additional complex referring to himself whose existence seems to him at times quite useless. 91, doors, open, RT7, GD6. 92, choice, trouble, RT9, GD18. The question of the future here arose. 93, repentance, fast, RT11, GD20. See reaction 87. 94, suckle, suck, RT11, GD7. 95, mockery, scorn, RT3, GD6. 96, sleep, at night, RT11, GD17. 97, salary, have, RT7, GD17. 98, Vienna, Paris, RT7, GD23. Reactions 94 to 97 require no further explanation now. Reaction 98, he is contemplating a journey to Vienna as soon as the vacation begins. He can hardly wait. 99, round, earth, RT7, GD6. 100, soon, yes, RT13, GD33. Is again thinking of the vacation and the Vienna journey. Has a general feeling something is going to happen. The strong deviation points to the subject's great need of new sensations. The analysis shows that we are dealing with a sensitive and motivated subject. This is proved by the great number of complexes, 11 different complexes, which constellate more than one reaction, and many lesser ones, and the frequency with which they give rise to strong physical innervations. The strong emotional nature comes to light also in the increase of the complex waves in the second half of the curve, where we notice a penetration of the complexes, i.e., a retrogression of the inhibiting influence of the ego complex. Footnote: in phlegmatic subjects, the whole curve runs a regular course as this one did at the beginning, without distinct complex waves. The curve then presents almost a line without breaks. In hysterically disposed persons, the curve is very different. It is quite bizarre, interrupted by sudden ascents and as rapid descents. The course of the galvanometer curve has become for me a reliable criterion of the affectivity of the subject. End of footnote. The reaction times seem to contradict the results of the psychogalvanic phenomenon. The former are nearly always short and would often have failed us as complex indicators, whilst the galvanometer behaved with much greater certainty. The comparison of the probable and arithmetical mean more especially eludes us, since the former does not take very long times into account, whilst the latter does, and since there is a certain ratio between length of reaction time and the intensity of the feelings. Jung thought that he found in the difference of the two means a starting point whence one could draw certain conclusions as to the intensity of the feelings. In this case, the probable mean is 9 seconds, and the arithmetical mean, usually greater than the other, is here 8.8 seconds, which is another proof that there are no very long times. But it would be a fundamental error to conclude that there were no intense emotion. We see that in experimental psychology there are, owing to idiosyncrasies, many individual exceptions to conclusions that are correct for most cases. The idiosyncrasies in this case are those to which we have frequently alluded. The subject is very fluent in speech, both by disposition and from usage, and can thus dispose of emotional inhibitions with great facility. The verbal mechanism has attained great autonomy. The numerous rhymes are evidence of this. They amount to 7% of the reactions, whilst among educated men, Jung found only 0.6%. The verbal motor reactions are about 30% of figure, which, according to my experience, is very high, while Jung gives them as 34.2% for educated men. This seems to me extremely high and rests upon a too narrow selection of his educated men. The galvanometer deviations show a distinct difference between probable and arithmetical mean. PM of the deviations, 8 millimeters. AM of the deviations, 10 millimeters. A difference of 2 millimeters equals 25% of the PM, which shows that there were a considerable number of very marked deviations. As a general rule, we may infer that, like the very long times, these denote intense emotion. Much is learned also from the comparison of the mean of these deviations, which followed 2 long times, with the mean of galvanometric deviations of the whole test. Footnote: 2 long times of deviations always signify those above the PM in question. End of footnote. The deviations occurring with times above the PM were therefore written out and their PM determined. Since we regard the prolonged times as well as the increased deviation as of intense emotional tone, we must take it that there is a certain agreement between the two. In our case, it is seen that though the 2 long times exceed the PM by very little, the 2 long deviations do correspond to them. PM of all the deviations, 8. PM of deviations where there are 2 long times, 10. The difference in many cases is the same as that between PM and AM, of all the deviations together. The clang associations demand notice. In our experiment, they were in the form of rhymes. Jung and Ricklin consider that clangs appear when there is a decline of attention. In their view, clang associations are the most primitive phenomena of similarity, being but little above simple repetition. Distraction acts in the first place as a bar to inner, higher associations and favors the appearance of the outer associations, these being more mechanical and therefore predominantly clang associations. In order to understand the behavior of the psychogalvanic phenomenon in clang reactions, we must distinguish carefully whether the distraction which favors the occurrence of clang reactions is conditioned by one or more previous complex reactions, or is conditioned entirely by the stimulus word itself, i.e., by a new complex. In the former case, the deviation is usually below the norm. In the second case, generally above it. The examples in this test help to elucidate this question. We shall later on return to this. We will first set out the instances where distraction was consequent upon a previous complex. Remember that the PM of the deviations amounts to 9. 1. Previous complex, 30, rich, poor, RT 8, GD 30. 31, place, time, RT 7, GD 13. Clang reaction, 32, ring, swing, RT 7, GD 6. 2. Previous complex, 42, stupid, donkey, double, RT 9, GD 18. Clang reaction, 43, sap, rap, RT 7, GD 6. 3. Previous complex, 34, money, have, RT 9, GD 24. 35, mountain, climb, RT 9, GD 12. 36, play, cards, RT 11, GD 5. Reproduction, reflex. Clang reaction, 37, spec, neck, RT 9, GD 6. 38, repent, spent, RT 11, GD 7. In the analysis, we have already referred to the interesting section of the curve 34 to 38 and termed it a complex wave. The name seemed to me justifiable for these sections of the curve because it clearly shows how a complex is expressed on the galvanometer curve. In subjects with fewer complexes, the behavior is much more obvious than here, where there are such numerous complexes affecting one another, both in the psyche and in the curve. The complex causes, first of all, at the reaction where it is aroused, a long deviation, which exceeds by more or less the mean of the deviations of the whole test. But this does not exhaust its effect upon the curve, for we are able to notice in the curve not only the excitation of the complex, but its reverberation, its longer or shorter mastery of the psyche. To the great positive deviation there is a corresponding negative one, and the succeeding deviation begins at the same height as that of the complex reaction. Should the emotional tone conditioned by the complex persist, only a slight negative follows the positive deviation, or if the emotional tone is very strong, there is a further ascent of the curve. If the subsequent reactions are also strongly toned by emotion, i.e., if new complexes are added, we may find a long ascending wave as we found in the section 65 to 71. But after a shorter or longer interval, we always find a downstroke, unless an excitation is added which is in some way conditioned by the test. The wave begins to fall if the subject is no longer susceptible to new stimuli, because he is completely mastered by the complex or complexes. The attention is completely distracted from the external world by the complex to which it becomes wholly attached. That is why complex reactions so frequently give superficial verbal motor or clang associations. Distraction acts similarly as a check upon physical innovations, as we shall have occasion to see. The curve consequently falls, and the deviation following immediately becomes smaller, unless a new complex again rivets attention. This is the origin of the downstroke of the complex wave. We can therefore say, the longer the downstroke of a complex wave, and the shorter the deviations belonging thereto, the stronger is the complex and the longer it perseverates. So that besides the deviation in the complex reaction, we have another essential sign wherewith to estimate the strength of the complex and the downstroke of the complex wave. The behavior of the complex wave in different individuals gives us a criterion of the type of their affectivity. We can notice in a labile character that the wave is like a bonfire that is soon extinct, or in a tenacious, resistant character, that it preserves for a long time what has once aroused it. We can only just indicate these relationships here and refer the reader to Curve 2. Let us return to our examples, R34 to 38. Since the subject reacts very superficially, we must not lay much weight upon the verbal motor reactions, but the two clang associations, spec, neck, repent, spent, point to the strong distraction which is evidenced by the descending limb of the complex curve. Reaction 38, repent, spent, requires attention for itself. It forms the end of the downstroke and the beginning of the ascending limb of a complex wave. This is expressed by the clang association and the short deviation, both indicating the distraction of attention by the previous complex. The prolonged time, 11 seconds, and its part as the beginning of a new complex curve, shows it to be a new entrenchment of attention. Freud. A new complex. The repentance complex already mentioned. Footnote. For personal reasons, this complex was not analyzed more thoroughly. End of footnote. In this reaction, we had to do with the clang association of that second kind, which owes its origin to the appearance of a new complex and determines a deviation above the mean. The deviation is here also above the mean if we reckon the rise of the curve that follows as belonging to it, a rise that corresponded to a subsequent positive deviation. As we know, a subsequent positive deviation of this kind generally corresponds to a new emotional tone occurring after the reaction word has been called out. Here, this is conditioned by the repentance complex, for this complex developed its effect upon the physical innervation only after the clang association had been produced, but that it exercised its effect upon the reaction before it entered consciousness, we recognize by the prolonged reaction time. It is for this reason that I would make it, together with the effect of the previous complex, responsible for the clang association. Freud has discovered in his interpretation of dreams the mechanism by which a complex leads to the occurrence of clang associations and of superficial associations in general. In this book, to which we owe an overwhelming fund of new points of view for psychology and psychopathology, he says, footnote, Freud in this book does not take use of the term complex, but the idea is implied in his conclusions. End of footnote. Whenever a psychical element is connected with another by some superficial association, there is a real and deeper link between the two, which is subject to the resistance of the censure. If the censure makes this normal way of linkage inaccessible, the superficial replace the deeper associations in the presentation. It is as if some barricade, e.g., an inundation in the mountains, had made the large and best roads impassable. Transport then becomes restricted to the inconvenient and steep bridle paths which are otherwise only used by the hunter. The obstacle to transport is the complex which interposed between stimulus and reaction word. The censure is shown by the repressing action of the ego complex upon this complex. The inconvenient, steep bridle paths are in our case the clang associations of which Jung and Ricklin speak. What Freud says of the dream is only true in the association experiment of the clang associations of the second kind. In those of the first kind, we owe their origin to distraction from a previous complex. A more real and deeper link cannot be proved in analysis. This is also seen by the striking character of the psychogalvanic phenomenon, for this generally shows a diminution in the first kind and an increase in the second kind. The reaction, repent, spent, led up to the clang association of the second kind. The deeper connection between the two associations is obvious. We have had further instances in our experiment of clang associations with increased deviation. First example, 51, Kröte, Spurte, RT 16 GD 40. 52, divorce, force, RT 9 GD 5. Despite the clang association, both time and deviation are enormously increased in reaction 51. The deeper connection between these associations, namely, that both occur in a poem of Goethe's, was the cause of the pronounced effect. But Goethe is an extremely powerful complex for this subject, into which, as already mentioned, we are unfortunately unable to enter further. It is also noteworthy that Goethe was not associated, an association which lay at the root of the whole reaction and which would also have rhymed to Kröte. Instead, we get the less indiscreet word Spurte, which the censor can more easily allow to pass. What the censor was particularly careful about was the great embarrassment of the subject at revealing this complex to the experimenter. The complex became at once conscious. The reaction 52 that follows, divorce, force, with its slight deviation, is clearly a clang association of the first kind, which arose through the strong influence of the previous reaction and had no complex of its own. Second example, 92, choice, pain, RT 9, GD 18. An indifferent reaction preceded this. Clearly, it contains the complex itself. The deep connection between the two associations is clear. Who has the choice has also the pain. It refers to the strong complex of the question of a future. Here, the complex was conscious also. Reactions with too long reaction time and too short a deviation. In the 100 associations, we were struck by 11, where the time exceeded the probable mean, whilst the deviation was less than the probable mean. PM of reaction time, 9. PM of deviation, 8. The reaction in question are 26, 36, 38, 45, 55, 56, 57, 63, 64, 78, and 94. In looking at the curve, we notice that 4 of these deviations, 26, 36, 78, and 94, follow directly a too long deviation, whilst 38 and 45, the groups 55 to 57 and 63 to 64, are separated from too long deviations by 2, or at most 3 short deviations. It would seem that here, as with clang associations of the first kind, distraction has a share through a complex which had acted upon the previous strong deviation. Let us now denote the after effect of a complex by the term perseveration. Jung has proved so abundantly that the perseveration can prolong the times of those reactions within its sphere of influence that it is unnecessary for us to set forth the proofs of this. That the perseveration can also diminish the deviation we have just seen. See the downstroke of the complex wave. We shall later return to a detailed instance of this kind. We here want to clear up the disproportion between deviation and time when it arises in the sphere of perseveration. Footnote: Jung and Ricklin understand by perseveration the continuance of the previous idea so far as it becomes manifest in the nature of the reaction following. The designation is purely formal and has nothing to do with perseveration in organic cerebral processes. Jung and Ricklin also consider the effect upon the reaction that follows and leave aside the effective reaction that has been itself influenced. There they speak of constellation. I do not draw this distinction, but believe I am justified by the behavior of the galvanometer curve in speaking of perseveration in both cases. End of footnote. Whilst in the measurement of the psychogalvanic phenomenon, we have to do with a quite involuntary, automatic innervation process, in which the subject does not actually participate, but is merely a spectator. The measurement of the reaction time is a process which demands the active cooperation of his personality. In order to find an appropriate reaction word, he must now turn part of his attention directed towards the previous complex, to the reaction itself. To overcome the resistance that proceeds from the complex takes up time, so that the reaction time is longer than in a reaction where the whole attention is at disposal. But the innervation process, the deviation, measured by the galvanometer, gives us information about this residue of attention which is to be turned to the new stimulus word. The portion of the attention linked to the complex acts, as shown above, upon the whole curve upon which the deviations arise. This is the origin of the downstroke of the complex waves. It can be pertinently expressed in this way. In the galvanometer curve, we exhibit complex and new reaction, separated, the former by the course of the curve, the latter by the deviation. In the reaction time, on the contrary, of course only in perseveration, we perceive a sign of the intensity of the conflict between the two. The greater this conflict is, the longer is the reaction time. But this law is only true of the deviation of which we see only one of the parties in the struggle, not the struggle itself. According to whether the complex or the subsequent reaction remains victorious in the struggle for the possession of the attention, so will the deviation be above or below the mean. The reaction time thus tells us how warm the struggle was, but the deviation tells us which was victorious. Since we measure by these two estimates entirely different things, in cases of perseveration, we must not demand any ratio between them. At the most, we can say that when the perseveration is very strong, and the new reaction itself very strongly toned by emotion, the reaction time tends to be long, the deviation tends to be short. The following example, a section of which was dealt with in the Clang associations, may clear up this discussion. In the curve section 51 to 58, we notice a complex wave which begins with the long deviation at 51, followed by a series of 7 short deviations. But we never obtain here, remarkably enough, any downstroke of a complex curve. That obviously depends upon the fact that we are still at the beginning of the second section of the curve. The tendency of the wave to descend, which follows a long deviation, is opposed by the tendency to rise, which we encounter at the beginning of almost every normal curve. This wave contains 3 of the 11 reactions, 55, 56, 57. 51, Kreuter, Spurter, RT 16, GD 40. Contains a very powerful Kreuter complex. 52, Divorce, Force, RT 9, GD 5. 53, Hunger, Thirst, RT 6, GD 6. 54, Knowledge, Thirst, RT 8, GD 9. 55, Child, Have, RT 10, GD 5. 56, Hat, Put On, RT 11, GD 6. 57, Pencil, Write, RT 11, GD 5. 58, Carrot, Sugar, RT 7, GD 2. The perseveration proceeding from reaction 51 is expressed in the associations, which are very superficial even for this patient. 1 rhyme, 5 verbal motor associations, 1 coexistence. Moreover, in reaction 54, the reaction word of 53 is reproduced, which again distinctly points to perseveration. The effects of the perseverating emotional tone upon the reaction time and deviation, above described, give us an easy explanation of the striking differences of the two values in reactions 55, 56, and 57. Reaction 55 contains the sun complex and the propagation complex in general. Reaction 56 contains the latter. Reaction 57 is erotically constellated by reminiscences of association tests he has himself carried out, and at the same time by the sense of the relation to the ego. The rhyme and the slight deviation show that only slight attention was given to reaction 52, which is the first after the critical reaction. The time shows that in consequence of this, there was no great conflict. Reaction 53. The dissociation of association, which this reaction demanded, must have been even easier than in 52, for the reaction time is very low. Reaction 54. A strong conflict, for knowledge is emotionally toned and demands a greater entrenchment of attention. RT equals 9. The deviation equals 8. Shows that, in fact, the reaction did try to enchain the attention. We next get the three emotional tone reactions, 55 to 57. A violent conflict is renewed, RT equals 10 and 11. The perseverating emotional tone, which is probably strengthened by reaction 54, retains, in contradistinction to reaction 54, the greatest part of the entrenched attention, and has but little left for the new reaction. Deviations 5, 6, 5. At reaction 58, the reaction time, as well as the deviation, show that there was no distinct association of attention, but the reaction became very superficial, purely verbomotor. I hope I have shown that, in reactions which occur at a perseverating emotional tone, there cannot be expected the slightest ratio between reaction time and deviation, that we might, indeed, easily get an inverse ratio between the two. When we find such an inverse ratio, we must consider the possibility of a perseveration. It would not take us any further were we to apply these deductions to other instances. R 63 to 64, 26, 36, 78, and 98. I will here only refer to another factor which may also produce a disproportion between the two values. I refer to indistinct apprehension of the stimulus word. 45, tame, wild. RT 11, GD 5, reproduction, reflex. The subject at first understood tooth. This indistinct apprehension is more easily understood because the original list contained the word tooth, which I changed into tame. In such cases, the time is prolonged by the feeling of uncertainty as to whether the word has been correctly heard or not. An intellectual feeling in Nalosky's sense. Bleuler has shown that such intellectual feelings, which are memory processes, are utterly different from affectivity. We see here how important this sharp distinction is. According to Bleuler, it is only affectivity in the strictest sense that has definite effects upon body and mind, since we only register affective processes by the psychogalvanic reflex when the reaction time registers both memory or intellectual processes as well. The disproportion is explicable in such cases, but there need by no means always be this disproportion in reactions where the word has been indistinctly understood. First, the indistinct apprehension may be a complex sign when the deviation is increased by the complex. Secondly, a real effect in the strictest sense may be added to the intellectual feeling. For instance, when the subject is endeavoring to react quickly and feels himself inhibited by his indistinct apprehension so that he is not sure to what he is to react. Then annoyance, confusion, or some similar effect steps in. This is noticed in subjects who stand in any kind of affective relationship to the experimenter, e.g., in attendants who are often unable to forget that the experimenter is their chief, and sometimes in female nurses, when there is in addition the sex difference. With close acquaintances, especially if they happen to be women, this relationship to the experimenter can act both as to time and deviation upon apparently most innocent reactions. Summary of Experiment 1. Both halves of the association curves show a rapid rise at the beginning, but the second half rises much more rapidly than the first, due chiefly to the increased excitation of the subject. The second half is marked by numerous and very pronounced complex waves, which point to the complexes becoming autonomous and to the growing excitation. The typical complex wave consists of a very long deviation, followed by a downstroke with deviations that are too short. The downstroke of the complex curve and the too short deviations are explained by the distraction of the attention, which is still fettered to the complex reaction perseveration. In this experiment, where the complexes were so numerous, there were few favorable opportunities for pure complex waves. Too long deviations correspond in most cases to complex reactions, short deviations to non-emotionally toned reactions. Exceptions are seen when perseveration makes itself felt. Perseveration acts partly by decreasing the corresponding deviation, partly by prolonging the corresponding time. The explanation is this. The reaction time gives us information about the intensity of the conflict between perseveration and the new reaction, whilst the deviation informs us about the result of this conflict, that is, about the entrenched attention which the new reaction contains. Having regard to the difference expressed by these two values, as regards perseveration, we conclude there cannot be any direct ratio between time and deviation. On the contrary, when perseveration is strong, we should rather expect an indirect ratio. That the complexes in our test are indicated with greater certainty by the deviations than by the reaction times is found in the verbal fluency of this particular patient. The clang associations in our experiment exhibit prolonged deviations when caused by a complex, abbreviated deviations when caused by a perseveration. End of section 49. Section 50 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 12, on the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association experiments, Part 3. Experiment 2. The subject is about 40 years old, an intelligent mechanic who rose from being a simple journeyman in a machine manufactory to a position of respectability and wealth. An ineradicable tendency to fraud by the use of his own half-perfected discoveries soon brought him to prison. In the summer of 1906, he was sent to us from prison, where he was undergoing his third term of punishment, as doubt was entertained about his sanity. After 3 months' observation, we were obliged to send him back to the prison, as mentally sound in a legal sense. There was nothing abnormal to be found in him, save a very strong emotivity, a disposition to quarrel, and a certain want of clarity in his thoughts. As I had to form an opinion about the man, and therefore spent much time with him, I obtained in the 3 months a good insight into his mind. After association tests had been repeatedly made with him, I made the first galvanometer test on July 21, 1906. The analysis of the 3 following tests remained very incomplete because at the time when I did them, I was insufficiently at home in psychoanalysis. If, nevertheless, I cite these tests here, it is because the curve 2C in and for itself, and compared with curves 2A and 2B, seems to be particularly interesting. Test A, July 21, 1906. The subject was greatly interested in the experiment, especially from the technical side, and he had prepared himself for it by various curves which he had drawn for me. The PM of the reaction time is 11, the AM 13.1. The PM of the galvanometer deviations is 30, the AM 37. The PM of the deviations which coincide with too long time is 35. Footnote: at those places where the times are not indicated, the deviations have also not been used for calculating the mean. Otherwise, the comparison between the two means would not be accurate. End of footnote. From the distinct difference between the PM and the AM of the times, we infer that we are dealing with an emotional personality. The arrangement of the experiment in all three tests differed from the previous one because 2 galvanic cells were employed instead of 1. The deviations cannot be compared offhand with the former because, through the use of a stronger current, the deviations were made stronger. For this reason, the difference between the deviations obtained in the third test with this subject and the results from tests 1 and 2 become the more evident. Footnote: I emphasize again the statement that even with the case of the same strength of current, the deviations vary in their average size according to the individual tested. This is somewhat dependent upon physical and physiological conditions, thickness of epidermis, temperature of the skin and of the whole surroundings, more or less pressure upon the electrodes. But predominantly, it depends upon the psychological character of the subject. It is this which stamps the whole curve. End of footnote. 1. Head round. RT10, GD15. 2. Green tree. RT16, GD16. No explanation could be given for the prolongation of the time. 3. Water thin. RT9, GD10. 4. Prick, heart. RT11, GD25. He has a pricking pain in the region of the heart and fears he may have heart disease. There have been several cases of death from heart disease in this family. The complex increases the deviation, but it is still under the PM. 5. Angel, fantasy. RT16, GD17. A rather curious association. In a test carried out 3 weeks earlier, without the galvanometer, he had used the same reaction word at this place with obvious complex disturbances. The reaction time was then 20. The time is here increased, but not the deviation. Inasmuch as the subject has already reacted to the same stimulus words, the conditions are peculiarly complicated. We as yet know too little about the effect of repetitions of the same stimulus words on the psychogalvanic phenomenon to be able to give an explanation of the disproportion between the reaction time and deflection. The reaction is partly rooted in the subject's position towards religion. Angels are only imaginary figures, but partly also in his everyday life. It would be imaginary to think one could find an angel in life. He is divorced from his wife and often speaks of her in abusive terms. He granted the truth of the first statement, but could neither affirm nor deny the second. But it is pretty certainly near the truth to anyone who knows the psychology of this subject. 6. Long, fir tree. RT25, GD40. In the first experiment 3 weeks earlier, the reaction time was 37 with the same reaction word. Between the associations, angel, fantasy, on the one side, and long, fir tree, on the other, a pathway had been made by the first test, and they have now shorter reaction times. But the strength of the complex is still very strong, as is seen by the very long time and the long deviation. In long, fir tree, He had thought of the expression rolling pin used in his occupation, and this was repressed in favor of the word fir tree and got dragged in. The complex which in our experience usually occurs here among patients is the length of the detention. This complex was particularly strong in this subject. 7. Ship, sailing ship, RT7 GD10. 8. Plow, field, RT7 GD12. 9. Wool, cotton wool, RT8 GD3. 3 indifferent associations taken from his first experiment. 10. Friendly, friendly face, RT16 GD27. Explains he prefers that people should be friendly to him, refers to doctors, especially to the experimenter. It matters a good deal to the subject whether the experimenter is friendly to him or not. 11. Table, square, RT9 GD14. 12. Ask, words, RT28 GD45. That the repetition of the stimulus word is due to a complex is clear from the very prolonged reaction time. The complex is the experimenter himself. In the first experiment, he associated to ask, "We did." Since he is the subject of a medico-judicial inquiry, we understand the great importance that he attaches to the course of the experiment. 13. State, federal state, RT15, GD35. In his view, he cannot help his misfortune. It is the fault of society, of the state. 14. Proud, mankind, RT8, GD25. Slipped in and somewhat abreacted through the first experiment. Mankind also always represents a complex. Who is here meant? Himself, his wife, remains unexplained. 15. Stalk, hemp stalks, RT blank, GD23. 16. Dance, little couple, RT15, GD35. He was a good dancer and great gourmand. 17. Lake, Lake Zurich, RT22, GD25. Sunday excursions on the lake are very pleasant memories, he said in analysis. Contrast with his present life. 18. Disease, heart disease, RT15, GD58. The complex of reaction 4 is here fully revealed. This is another instance of how a complex at first appears indistinctly, and by repeated echoings shows the complex signs distinctly. 19. Proud, old maid, RT8, GD30. Dragged in from the former experiment, the reaction word may be conditioned by the separation from his wife. 20. Cook, electric cooking, RT16, GD50. He had recently read about it. Cooking reminds him of his wife and his former housekeeping, very extravagant for his means. In the first test, he associated to cooking, housekeeping, household, kitchen. 21. Ink, black, RT10, GD45. Not explained. 22. Wicked, mankind, RT16, GD35. He thinks he has been wickedly treated by several people, especially by the public prosecutor, as whose victim he regards himself. But it remained unexplained whether this was concealed beneath the innocent mankind. 23. Needle, pointed, RT10, GD75. Wanted to say needle prick, unexplained. 24. Swim, lake, RT11, GD17. 25. Travel, round the world, RT15, GD70. This stimulus word frequently acts very strongly upon prisoners, as contrasting with their confinement and as expressing a flight of ideas. A reaction in more than one word points, moreover, to the influence of a complex. 26. Blue, sky blue. RT8, GD45. He here noticed that the experimenter looked for a moment out of the window and asked himself, is he looking at the weather? It is significant how closely he watches the experimenter. See also R54. The curve rises still higher after reaction 26, a sign of the presence of some excitation. 27. Bread, daily. RT10, GD95. He here thought of Our Father, etc., and that next day he was to go to the asylum church. He has no religious beliefs. He only went to church as a distraction. The strong deviation remained for a long time unexplained, until I learned that he only went to church because he saw a female patient there, with whom he had fallen in love at a dance in the asylum. At the time, he could hardly wait for the day of divine service. But this does not sufficiently explain the strong deviation. 28. Threaten, laws. RT15, GD80. The complex is clear. 29. Lamp, table lamp. RT11, GD55. He would like to have the nice lamps he had at home. Unexplained. 30. Rich, poor. RT blank, GD85. He had himself gone from poverty to wealth, and from wealth back to poverty. He had learned both to know the luxury of Parisian salon and the misery of the prison house. Day and night he is thinking of regaining his freedom and of acquiring wealth by his inventions. The curve rapidly rises from the end of the first half, after reaction 13. A glance shows that the deviations are, in general, considerably greater in the second half of the curve. The arithmetical mean of the reaction time of the second half of the experiment, 13, is greater than that of the first half, 11.7. We may conclude that the rapid rise of the curve, the increase in the deviations, and in the arithmetical mean of the times in the second half of the test, that the subject has been somewhat stimulated by the experiment. We also saw that the individual reactions gave opportunity enough to stimulate a very emotional subject. The fact that the experimenter is likewise the medical judge of the patient, this creating in the latter a marked condition of dependence, also contributes somewhat to increasing the excitation. The latter fact must be added to the general experimental excitation, which experience shows influences the action of the complexes. Test B, July 24, 1906. PM of reaction times 11. PM of deflections 23. AM of reaction times 11.5. AM of deflections 30. PM of the deviations which coincide with the two long times 30. The emotive inhibitions are seen more distinctly in this test, in the relationship of the deviations, than in those of the reaction times. The difference between the PM and AM of the latter is slight, 0.5, as against 2 in test A, whilst the difference of the former, 7, is almost as great as in test A. That the deviations are, on the average, shorter, PM 23 against 30, and AM 30 against 38, was due chiefly to a physical cause. The experiment was twice interrupted by making the subject wash his hands in cold water. I tried to prevent the beam of light from overstepping the scale, as this had nearly happened in test A, and I also wanted to study the effect of washing hands, for I then ascribed great influence to the amount of perspiration produced. Footnote: washing the hands in cold water increases the resistance to conduction of the skin. Moreover, the drying of the previously moist hands diminishes the contact at the electrodes. The curve, therefore, begins each time lower than it was before. End of footnote. It is easy to see how slight is the influence of this strong physical interference upon the character of the curve. It cuts the curve into 3 parts, but each of these parts shows the picture that we have already seen in Test A, an almost uninterrupted rapid rise showing no distinct complex waves. The curve of Test C, where we caused a psychological interruption, is quite different, as we shall see. The same list of words was continued. We keep to the same numbers for the reactions. 31, tree, green. RT9, GD10. 32, sing, tenor. RT9, GD25. He sang in a small asylum choir, which I was conducting. One sees that in some way his ego complex must have become more stirred so as to receive a strong deviation. In excitable persons, it is a regular rule for a strong deviation to follow any reaction that touches the ego complex. Those reactions need not be strongly emotionally toned. Quite indifferent reminiscences of the long past will produce it. Beyond a certain degree of emotionalness, the subject has a definite effect to the experimenter, as was the case here. We see that in everyday life, the more we like a person, the more emotionally toned becomes every kind of relationship. It is the same with other effects. 33, pity, mankind. RT12, GD18. 34, yellow, golden yellow. RT10, GD13. 35, mountain, high mountain. RT9, GD12. Reproduction, high mountains. 36, play, child's play. RT13, GD20. The subject, he had thought, it would be child's play to make a new apparatus, but galvanometric measurements. His grandiose complex is here distinctly seen. He had, in fact, made me a sketch of a contrivance for transferring the galvanometer fluctuations directly onto the kymograph. On paper this looked, like all his drawings, very neat and serviceable, but there were fundamental difficulties in its execution. 37, salt, race. RT14, GD22, unexplained. 38, new, clothes. RT12, GD25. Reproduction, blank. He thinks much of his appearance. He would like to produce the impression of a person of distinction. 39, customs, country customs. RT10, GD15. 40, ride, horse ride. RT10, GD38. He had served in the artillery. That the memory is emotionally toned is seen by the reactions 48, smell, horse dung, and 72, beat horses. He then had charge of a kicker in the stable, and the smell of the manure disturbed his sleep when he was on stable duty. The distinct recollection, in the association test, of his military service, although it was 21 years ago, was due to the fact that he did not become an officer. After going through the officers' school, he did no more service because he went abroad, where, nevertheless, he gave himself out as a Swiss officer. We had brought that home to him here, and it annoyed him. 41, wall, vertical. RT11, GD43. 42, stupid, hoggishly stupid. RT blank, GD110. It is hoggishly stupid, the kind of talk sometimes in the section. A very strong expression indicating strong feeling, As he laughed during the reaction, the deviation became peculiarly strong. CR 55. 43. Copybook, exercise book, RT blank, GD 40. He has a great number of exercise books in which he made notes of everything he read. The books were classified into divisions: philosophy, art, crafts, etc. He is very proud of all this. 44. Despise men. RT 12, GD 90. Men have a tendency to despise one another. He has often had to suffer from having been in prison. Once he was expelled from a church society when his past became known. When he speaks about this, he is seized by strong affect. 45. Tooth, ache. RT 8, GD 53. At the reaction, it came over him that he got no tooth powder here. Again, the complex of his present position, which receives its increase of affect from a number of sources. The short time is explained by the speech motor form of the reaction. In such verbal reactions, the speech mechanism, as previously remarked, reacts almost automatically without becoming influenced by the emotive inhibition. 46. Correct, logical. RT 25, GD 50. Did not understand. 47. People, Swiss people. RT 11, GD 10. 48. Smell, horse dung. RT 17, GD 22. 49. Book, good book. RT 10, GD 20. 50. Unjust, punishment. RT 12, GD 35. One cannot say exactly to what extent he himself believes in his innocence, certainly to a very large extent. He overwhelmed the judges and the governor of the prison, the public prosecutor and the chief superintendent of the asylum, with endless communications in which he tried to prove his innocence. 51. Frog, tree frog. RT 7, GD 25. Since a strong complex was aroused at reaction 50, we must regard perseveration as acting here. Reaction 51 was a purely verbal reaction, without any particular emotion. There can be, therefore, no strong conflict for the possession of attention here. Hence time is very short. In this case, we should expect the same of the deviation, but it is here rather above the probable mean. The reaction did, therefore, contain a perceptible measure of attention. In other words, there occurred a distinct splitting of the attention. This happened so easily in this case, RT equals 7, because the subject endeavored in tests A and B to concentrate himself as far as possible upon the experiment itself, which interested him, in order to be ready for each new stimulus word. The rapid rise of the curve, A and B, accords well with this great straining of his attention to the experiment and the complete absence of pronounced complex waves, but these are conditioned by the attention being chained to the complex and its distraction from the experiment. In this test, we can demonstrate a general experimental excitation. 52. To divorce. Marriage, divorce. RT blank, GD 25. The divorce occurred under very unpleasant circumstances. 53. Hunger, heat, hunger. RT 7, GD 30. Unexplained. 54. White, snow white. RT 11, GD 30. The experimenter's color was meant by this. The experimenter belongs in a large measure to the test complex. We saw in reaction 26 how the subject watched the experimenter. Here is a second proof. When reactions occur which refer to the appearance of the experimenter, we can be sure that there is an inner bond between the subject and the experimenter. That is why Such reactions are much more frequently found in persons of the other sex. 55. Ox, cattle, RT11, GD60. He recalled the manager of a factory where he was an apprentice, who often used this word to his workpeople. Reactions which are insults or the like are usually accompanied by a strong deviation. This is because, whilst pronouncing the word, the feeling usually comes up that the experimenter might regard it as referring to him. For in ordinary life, such words are usually addressed to someone else, more rarely to oneself. Nevertheless, the latter case does now and then play a part in the experiment. Thus, with subject number 1 at the reaction, stupid, fool, he thought that I might think he meant himself. Such delicate shades give us signposts for estimating the subject's character. In number 1, together with the degree of self-consciousness, there is a suggestion of tendency to self-depreciation. The two very often go together. Footnote. As a rule, strong deviations also occur, as with insults, when the subject is made to hold his tongue out. As most people only do this in their childhood, it is inseparably connected with a strong emotional tone. If we put out the tongue in the presence of someone else, and not for a doctor, that effect, anger, contradiction, mockery, is again aroused. But as there is nobody present except the experimenter, we quite unconsciously transfer that effect to the experimenter. It takes much to make it quite clear that this is only an experiment. The unconscious is stronger than our conscious reflections. It is only after frequent repetitions, when it has become purely automatic, that the process loses its affective components and therewith its effect upon the psychogalvanic phenomenon. CP, the Remarks on Repetition Test with Deep Inspiration. End of footnote. 56. To take care. Look out. RT13, GD50. He thought of electric circuits. Look out is a warning which is in itself emotionally toned. 57. Pencil, sharpen. RT blank, GD40. The patient is a distinguished technical draftsman, a fact upon which he plumes himself not a little. Interruption by washing hands. 58. Cloudy weather. RT11, GD10. 59. Plum, sweet. RT10, GD7. The deviations are very small in consequence of the hand washing, but the succeeding reaction showed that a strong centrifugal excitation is but slightly influenced by such physical conditions. 60. Meet, shoot. RT blank, GD30. Recalls the shooting competitions in which he used to take part in his good days. Besides that, he has occupied himself very much with artillery problems and claims to have invented a shrapnel bomb. 61. Law, People's Law. RT blank, GD23. 62. Love, have. RT10, GD35. Completes it an analysis with my children. He is much attached to his children. It is a thorn in his flesh that they live with his wife. 63. Glass, brittle. RT blank, GD23. 64. Quarrel, parties. RT14, GD40. Reproductions, the parties quarrel. He was in constant warfare with his wife and her parents. Whenever he speaks about it, he explodes with visible excitement. See also R75. Test C, July 25, 1906. For easier survey, I place the average figures of tests A and B by the side of C. 1 p.m. of RT. Test A, 11. Test B, 11. Test C, 14. 2 AM of RT. Test A, 13, Test B, 11.5, Test C, 14.9. Difference. Test A, 2, Test B, 0.5, Test C, 0.9. 3. PM of deviation. Test A, 30, Test B, 23, Test C, 5. AM of deviation. Test A, 38, Test B, 30, Test C, 9. Difference. Test A, 8, Test B, 7, Test C, 4. PM of deviations which follow 2 short times. Test A, 35, Test B, 30, Test C, 3. Disturbances in reproduction A, 0, B, 4, C, 8. This comparative table shows us, 1, that the PM of the reaction times in Test C amounts to 14, as against 11 in the other 2 tests. 2, that against this, the PM of the deviations is only 5, much lower than in Tests A and B. 3, that in Test C, the PM of those deviations which occur at 2 long times is shorter. 3, that the PM of all the deviations together equal 5, so that the average 2 long times are simultaneous with 2 short deviations. 4, that the disturbances of reproduction have considerably increased. The remarkable disproportion between reaction times and the deviations in this test itself, and as against tests A and B, must be regarded after what was found in experiment 1 as due to a strong perseveration. The increased errors in reproduction point also to the distraction of attention. If we look at the curves, we realize at once that curve C has a very different character from curves A and B. There is no steep ascent to a summit with big deviations, but, on the contrary, a steep descent with remarkably small deviations. The beginning of the curve recalls the downstroke of a complex wave. Again, the perseveration of a complex. The riddle is solved when we learn that a strong complex was aroused shortly before the beginning of the experiment, when his hands were just laid on the electrodes, but the galvanometer was not yet interpolated. I purposely declared to him that we had come to the opinion that he was just an ordinary swindler, that his discoveries were valueless because they could not be carried out. This declaration affected him greatly, for he saw the sudden destruction of his hope of winning us on his side, and thus his prospects here were as bad as previously in prison. We have learned in tests A and B his strong emotionalness. We understand how he would be bound to react to this communication. Had he not possessed a considerable degree of good nature, he might well have refused all further experiments. But he kept his hands quietly upon the electrodes and turned to the experiment, which after the intercalation of the galvanometer, I began. 65, goat, animal. RT14, GD0. Reproduction, blank. The time of the PM is maintained, but the absence of deviation and of reproduction points to the aroused complex. 66, big, men. RT, blank, GD, -1. Reproduction, long reflection. The word men, a word of embarrassment for him, shows the blankness of association conditioned by the complex. The reaction could not prevent the fall of the wave for one moment, much less bring about any positive deviation. Only the subsequent rise of the wave shows some slight action. The negative sign in front of the deviation shows that despite the reaction, the curve sunk 1 millimeter. This is not here a negative deviation conditioned by the reaction, but simply an absence of any effect of the new reaction, upon the descending complex wave. This behavior is only seen when there is a strong perseveration, i.e., a complete blockade of the subject against new impressions, in consequence of a previous complex action. In the calculation, such negative values are reckoned as 0. In the curves, the negative deviations are marked by an asterisk. 67, potato, field. RT10, GD0. The superficial reaction and 0 for the deviation point to the perseveration. 68, paint, faint, fate. RT blank GD3. The disturbance of attention is shown by the non-understanding of the stimulus word. 69, portion, inheritance. RT13 GD2. 70, old, men. RT blank GD negative 2. Reproduction, reflex. 71, flower, red flowers. RT14 GD4. Reproduction, red. Constellated by the flowers which one of his fellow patients had placed in front of the windows. 72, hit horses. RT16 GD2. C R40. 73, box, clothes box. RT blank GD5. 74, pick, good picture. RT10 GD8. Understood picture. In a short time, there were 2 misunderstandings of the reaction word, which never occurred in tests A and B. This reaction was the first to claim any large measure of attention. The subject thought of Napoleon I, his hero, of whom he possessed several portraits. 75, family, nice family. RT18, GD15. Means his wife's family. There was a strong complex. The sarcastic expression, nice family, points to a strong emotional content. Nevertheless, perseveration acts very powerfully, for in comparison with the deviations A and B, this is still very low. 76, wash, face. RT14, GD negative 2. Reproduction, face washing. 77, cow, milch cow. RT12, GD negative 2. 78, foreign, workman. RT25, GD2. Reproduction, reflex. Explained that he was here thinking of a strike near Zurich, in which many of his friends participated, and to which the military were called out. The public prosecutor, as whose victim he regarded himself, commanded the regiment in question. He afterwards said that this was the cause of the military handling the strikers so badly, grounds enough to produce a vivid emotional tone at the memory of the strike. 79, fortune, domestic fortune. RT15, GD0. Said he was longing for this. See reactions 19 and 20. 80, narrate, stories. RT13, GD2. 81, manners, asylum manners. RT blank, GD15. A curious composite word. He said he was thinking of the bad manners of the patients in his section. Despite perseveration, a perceptible deviation. We saw that nearly all the reactions which recall his life in the asylum are accompanied by strong deviations. 82, narrow, pass. RT35, GD2. Reproduction, room. He said that he here thought his sentence would be due to narrow-mindedness, if it were such, as my remarks seem to indicate. We notice that the conversation has undoubtedly an after effect during the test. It is remarkable how low the deviation is. See R66. 83, brother, younger. RT15 GD3. thinks of his brother who died young. 84. Damage by hail. RT15 GD5. Unexplained. 85. Stork, children. RT25 GD28. It came to him that his little daughter liked to tell stories about storks. We noticed in reaction 62 that the reminiscences of his children are strongly emotionally toned. Reaction 88 points to the same. From here to reaction 89, there is an island where the curve takes on the character of A and B. As strong complexes were aroused, it is understandable that the influence of that perseverating effect is momentarily interrupted. Footnote: this island shows clearly that it is no physical cause that is responsible for the peculiar course of curve C. We see that as soon as the psychological constellation approximates to the tests A and B, the character of the curve becomes the same. End of footnote. 86. Faults, mankind. RT10, GD12. It would not be going far astray to suppose that the experimenter himself is intended by this reaction. 87. Dread, never. RT25, GD60. The reaction word arises from the subject's personal disposition. From the foregoing, there must be many emotional toned associations linked to dread. 88. Kiss, children. RT15, GD30. Although he is fairly amorously disposed, I do not think that children is here only a cover association. He was always a loving, anxious father towards his children. Nevertheless, amorous ideas may play a part. 89. Fire, like. RT10, GD30. Unexplained. 90. Dirty, street. RT7, GD-2. 91. Doors, grate. RT10, GD7. 92. Vote, people. RT13, GD3. 93. Hay, parched. RT15, GD3. 94. Quiet, room. RT10, GD5. 95. Sarcasm, men. RT20, GD17. He is extremely susceptible to sarcasm, as he is to disesteem, see R44, where men is also associated. 96. Sleep, go. RT15, GD3. Reproduction, room. 97. Month, 10. RT10, GD16. Says he has now done 10 months of his punishment. The short reaction time betrays how intense is his occupation, with the question of finishing his time. Otherwise, the reaction 10 could not so promptly follow month. The deviation corresponds to the strength of the complex, which even conquers the perseveration. See the subsequent rise of the curve. 98. Colored, nature. RT15, GD18. After the foregoing reaction has broken the band of the perseveration, it can more easily succeed with a marked deviation. He was not able to give any explanation in answer to simple questioning. 99. Dog, yard dog. RT10, GD5. 100. Speak, little. RT7, GD5. Summary of Experiment 2, A, B, and C. Curves A and B rise very rapidly. The deviations are very strong. There are no obvious complex waves. He gives great attention to both tests. Curve C exhibits the upstroke of a complex curve. The deviations are very slight. They are entirely absent at places. The complex was aroused before beginning the experiment, hence the absence of the long deviation that precedes the upstroke. Test C shows clearly the effect of inner distraction from an affect upon the psychological phenomenon and confirms what was said about the perseveration in Test 1. In other words, a strong affect, independent of the experiment, conditions the decline of the association curve and the diminution or absence of the deviations. It is only in those places where stimulus words interrupted the action of the affect and a new condition of affect was created that the deviations become greater again and the curve rises. Curve section 85 to 89. The affect perseverates so strongly during the test that the PM of the reaction times is increased from 11, test A and B, to 14, and the PM of the deviations is lowered from 30, test A, 23, test B, to 5. With 2 long times, we get 2 short deviations, whilst in test A and B, the prolonged times are, on the average, accompanied by long deviations. End of section 50. Section 51 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 12, on the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association experiments, Part 4. Experiment 3. The subject is a young married doctor who has carried out association tests with others very often, but he has never had one carried out on himself. This in itself shows a certain disinclination towards the psychological investigation of himself. He is also reserved in ordinary conversation. This reserve is a defense measure against his extreme sensibility, but it is not so much inherited as acquired from various events which have acted upon him as boy and youth, and which even today are still to some extent active. Since the affect bound up with it cannot be yet reacted, the complex in question produces much dissociation. It has taken him very far. The consequences of these disinclinations, partly conscious, partly unconscious, directed against those events, are making themselves felt in the whole of his being. The bright, careless boy early became a very serious man who has developed, as compensation, a most unusual zeal for duty and anxiety about his work. The arrangement of the experiment was the same as in Test 1, 1 cell, brass electrodes. The average values are as follows. PM of RT, 8. AM of RT, 8.7. PM of deviation, 0. AM of deviation, 4. PM of deviations with 2 long times, 0. Disturbances in reproduction, 33.3%. The PM of the reaction times is very short, and the difference from AM slight. This shows us that he reacted very nimbly. These 2 values tell us nothing about emotional inhibitions. The value 0 for the PM of the deviations is striking. In no normal test, with any kind of arrangement of the test, have I found 0 as PM. We must look to some complication. The AM of the deviations, 4, tells us that there must have been deviations. From the PM of these deviations, which arise at 2 long times, 0, we learn that the prolongation of the reaction time is accompanied by no average prolongation of the deviations. 33.3% of disturbances in reproduction is a high figure for an educated man. We must conclude that either very strong complexes were aroused in the experiment, or that from some other ground there was present a disturbance of attention. The behavior, the reaction time, and the deviations favored the latter. If we look at the curve, we shall be struck by the similarity to curve 2C. The curve falls instead of rising, as in the normal association curve. But whilst in curve 2C, the deepest ascent and the slightest deviations are found at the beginning. In curve 3, we have at first moderate deviations, and it is only later that the curve falls and the deviations are absent. We may, therefore, conclude that the disturbance of attention only made itself felt little by little. The behavior of the average values and of the curve is explained by the subject's psychological constellation. He afterwards told me that he began the experiment with a certain distrust as to the worth of the galvanometric method of investigation. He thought that the deviations were caused by a certain autosuggestion, and wanted to find out whether deflections would occur if one did not wish them. Secondly, he felt sure that he, the subject, could control the association experiment and that he would be able to conceal his complexes. He therefore purposely reacted as quickly as possible and took care that no prolongation of time should occur. He succeeded herein to a considerable extent, but the complexes only came out the more clearly in the reaction words. He would have been very pleased, as he afterwards admitted, if the deviations as complex signs had left me in the lurch. This was to a certain extent out of envy that I had time to give myself up to the galvanometric investigations, whilst he himself, overwhelmed with practical work, had no leisure for scientific activities. The experiment will show how strong was the complex of this hindrance to scientific work. Then the test took place after dinner, when he was somewhat sleepy. We have, therefore, two motives for a conscious and active barrier to attention, and the fatigue is a further reason towards making concentration of attention difficult. But by far, the most important condition for the successful barring of his attention seems to me the unconscious complexes of which we have spoken. He afterwards said he could not and did not wish to inform me about one of his main complexes. The inhibition arising from that complex seems to me to have been chiefly responsible for the absence of the deviations. It is as if in this case the stimulus words were, in consequence of this barrier, generally not apprehended in their full significance, and hence could not evoke any development of effect. The short reaction times speak also for this view. The reason why I ascribed little value to his conscious barrier is due to the fact that in a second test, upon which he had concentrated his goodwill, the curve showed exactly the same course. On this second occasion, he was also slightly tired, but fatigue does not of itself suffice to lower the curve, as was shown by a test on a female nurse, taken the day after night duty. That the barrier did not succeed at the beginning is plain from the first part of the curve. According to his own account, the test did at first somewhat excite him, easily to be understood. But from about reaction 26 he felt his complexes were now set aside, and he felt safe after that. The curve sinks distinctly after reaction 26, although we noticed before this a tendency to fall. Whilst in experiment 1, the rise sets in before the subject had the feeling of excitation. Here the ease of mind was shown by the curve, before the subject himself perceived it. Whilst in test 1, the ego complex lost more and more its mastery over the other complexes. Here the ego complex grew even stronger. If we calculate the average values of the section of the curve, 1 to 26, we recognize how much more strongly the attention is claimed, as contrasted with the succeeding section of the test. PM of RT, 7. AM of RT, 8.1. PM of deviations 5, AM of deviations 8, PM of deviations with too long time 11, disturbances in reproduction 23%. That the PM of the reaction times is shorter than in the test as a whole shows that the subject's attention to react as quickly as possible succeeded better at first than later. That there was much more affect at the beginning of the experiment is shown by 1. The great differences between PM and AM of the times. 2. The increased values for the deviations. Note the PM of the deflections, which are simultaneous with too long times. 3. The decrease of disturbances in reproduction. 1. Head, beautiful. RT9, GD16. Believed I thought he was thinking about his wife. Naturally, this is an immediate association to his wife, at least unconsciously. The thoughts are only subsequently clad in this form. It vividly recalls to me a case of dementia precox, where the patient explained in catamnesis that whenever he was in the presence of ladies, he always thought that the lady would think he was in love with her. 2. Green, feels, RT7-GD10. 3. Water, blue, RT6-GD15. Unexplained. 4. Prick, deep, RT7-GD12. Here thinks that this reaction is apt to arouse sexual associations in other subjects. 5. Angel, high, RT14, GD18. At first misunderstood angle. The cause of the misunderstanding is the perseveration. CP reaction 4, deep, reaction 5, high, and the analysis. Why angel was understood is unexplained. The reaction high, he analyzed himself. He did not want to prick the angel deep. The repetition of the stimulus word, the reaction time, and the deviation are objective evidence of the complex, not the least being the reaction word itself. The symbolism is obvious. 6. Long, deep, RT8-GD11. Reproduction, big. He knows that the stimulus word long often arouses sexual complexes. He therefore reacts with what, as we shall see, is his complex representative, deep. The wrongly reproduced pig is only a replacement for long. That a personal sexual complex was here aroused, and that the disturbance was not merely conditioned by his experiences with other subjects, seems fairly plain. Reactions 4, 5, and 6 are closely connected. 7. Ship, sail, RT8-GD8. Reproduction, big. The incorrect reproduction and the deviation, the PM of the first 25 reactions is 5, again point to a complex. Big is suspicious. The matter only got cleared up when in the test carried out 4 weeks later, he reacted ship, mast. He then also had an incorrect reproduction, water. I have often received elucidation in later tests of apparently innocent reactions of earlier tests which show distinct complex signs. If we remember that months later, an extraordinary percentage of reactions will be exactly the same as in the first test, we shall understand how firmly, as a rule, the associations are held. It does not therefore seem overbold to draw conclusions from a test made 4 months later, even though I assume that the complex in the meantime has not changed. 8. Plow, field, RT6-GD1. This reaction has an emotional tone for only a few people. We can see how dependent the psychogalvanic reflex is upon the emotional tone of ideas. 9. Wool, cotton wool, RT7-GD13. The reaction reminded him that some of his subjects had understood the word as well, and that in a sexual sense. 10. Friendly, beloved, RT8 GD13. He said that beloved was always in the experiment, a word that stood for his wife. 11. Table, chair, RT6 GD5. 12. Ask, answer, RT6 GD5. He moved his hands between reactions 12 and 13, but I cannot therefore say the strong fall of the curve was the result of the movement. The strong deviation, however, may have been, for, as a rule, one finds a rise of the curve after movements, probably because the hands then generally press more strongly upon the electrodes. It was the contrary here. His hands were removed from the electrodes. This might be due to a decrease of interest, and inversely, a stronger pressure of his hands might be ascribed to the occurrence of a stronger complex, which evoked motor innervations. 13. State, land, RT9, GD2, reproduction, people. The stimulus word was misunderstood. He possesses a strong social complex, has a pronounced social vein, but regrets that he has too little time and knowledge to busy himself with politics or economics. State, moreover, reminds him of state service and the personal want of liberty it occasions. 14. Haughty, friendly, RT7 GD3. 15. Stalk, high, RT11 GD17. Reproduction, long, CR6. 16. Dance, much, RT11 GD10. Thinks of his wife. 17. Lake, blue, RT6 GD0. 18. Ill, healthy, RT9 GD4. 19. Proud, polite, RT11 GD2. The reaction is constellated by an incident when he was reproached with being too proud. 20. Cook, much, RT9 GD0. 21. Housekeeping, wife, RT7 GD4. The thought about his wife's housekeeping is strongly emotionally toned. The reaction influences the next one. 22. Wicked, good, RT6 GD12. Explains he referred to his wife and the housekeeping. The strong deviation is not to be interpreted by the emotional tone of reaction 21, first making itself felt at reaction 22. It was only at reaction 22 that the complex aroused distinct feeling. 23. Needle, scissors, RT7 GD0. 24. Swim, deep, RT6 GD1. The association omitted is water, hence the complex representative deep, CP reaction 3, when the deviation was so strong at the association water. The complex did not become distinct there either. 25. Furlough, long, RT14 GD16. Furlough is for this subject as for number 1, a strong complex with a wealth of emotionally toned associations. 26. Blue, green, RT7 GD3. Reproduction, water. The disturbance in reproduction is obviously conditioned by perseveration, as reaction 3 was water, blue. Too much stress must not be laid upon this. 27. Dead, life, RT9, GD0. Reproduction, negative. From here on, the first series of absent deviations began. 28. Threaten, much, RT8, GD0. Reproduction, negative. It was after about reaction 26, as we said, that he had the feeling the sexual complex was now out, and he felt at peace. Note that at this place we get 3 disturbances in reproduction, following one another. It is the expression of an inner distraction at this place. 29. Lamp, wick, RT6GD0. 30. Rich, poor, RT6GD0. 31. Earn, money, RT7GD0. Reproduction, rich. To earn money plays a share in the subject's psyche, although there is no deviation. One had the impression that he was thinking, now it's all the same to me. I need not get excited. The worst is over. Only the disturbances in reproduction point to a complex. 32. To care, much, RT9GD0. Reproduction, beautiful. 33. Pity, good, RT11GD0. He remarked during the analysis, I ought to have an occupation complex here, seeing that I'm a doctor. 34. Yellow, blue, RT9GD0. 35. Mountain, valley, RT8GD0. 36. Play, children, RT8GD0. 37. Eager, much, RT16GD0. Reproduction, work. 38. New, old, RT6GD3. At reaction 37, his occupation complex was aroused, and he felt distinct excitation. He feels himself hindered in his scientific activity by his profession of doctor. The strikingly long reaction time accords with this, but there is no deviation. This only occurs at the next reaction, one quite indifferent and with a very short time. It is not unusual to observe such delayed effects upon the galvanometer. A real delay in the action of affect upon the galvanometer can only be accepted with caution. CP reactions 21 and 22. One does not know whether the affect was not clearly perceived at the particular reaction, or whether it was not a new complex that produced the apparently delayed deviation. Self-observation left the subject this time in the lurch. 39. Customs, old, RT9, GD0. Reproduction, manners. Old, perseveration from reaction 38. A hint that there is a certain emotional tone at old, which seems to me very probable for reasons which cannot be gone into. Reference to the subject's most important complexes. In the reproduction, when the perseveration is removed, the very usual reaction word, manners, was given. A good example of one of the conditions leading to disturbances in reproduction. 40. Ride well, RT9, GD9. During his military service, he would like to have learned to ride well, but an illness prevented his riding. He admits that this worried him afterwards. We see that everything that hinders him in his ambition provokes vivid emotional expressions. 41. Wall, room, RT11GD0. 42. Stupid, clever, RT7GD0. 43. Copybook, book, RT8GD0. 44. Despise, RT14GD0. Reproduction, deep. The reaction reminds him of one of the events of his youth which has so permanently affected him. 45. Tooth, mouth, RT14GD0. Thinks of his dentist account and a tooth extraction dream of his wife. Both are emotionally toned. 46. Right, false, RT7GD0. 47. People, state, RT9GD9. The social complex of reaction 13 again. One of the components of it is that the state makes such demands upon him that he has little time to devote to his wife. Therefore, the wife and social complexes are often mixed. This is seen by comparing this with test 2. 47. People. First test, state, reproduction, positive. 50. Unjust. First test, just, reproduction, positive. 92. Vote. First test, love. Reproduction, yes. Second test, love, reproduction, state. Second test, state, reproduction, love. Second test, town council, reproduction, positive. 48. Smell, bad odor, RT7 GD1. 49. Book, exercise book, RT8 GD0. 50. Unjust, just, RT7 GD20. Reproduction, negative, CR47. 51. Child, mother, RT12 GD0. At this reaction, he thinks of his wife. The reaction ought not, in his view, to be very emotionally toned, for he split off the complex it contained. I omit for the sake of brevity some reactions which proved nothing. 61. Law, state, RT7 GD0. Despite the complex, no further disturbance. 62. Love, faithful, RT9 GD11. 63. Glass, RT29 GD6. Reproduction, drink. Glass reminds him of drink, afterwards reproduced, and of the teetotal movement, of which he is a fervid partisan. The strong emotional tone rests upon the fact that this propaganda takes away very much of his time from scientific work. 64. Fight to like, RT11 GD1. Reproduction, quarrel. 65. Worm, soup, RT7 GD3. Constellated by a term used among his colleagues. The section of the curve, 62 to 68, presents a distinct complex wave. The fall of the curve is again interrupted by the different complexes in reaction 62 to 65, and he is shaken out of his calm. Downstroke of the complex wave, 66, big, little, RT6 GD0. 67, potato, earth apple, RT6 GD0. 68, paint, picture, RT7 GD0. Reproduction, much. At reaction 68, he thought of his wife, which at once produced a disturbance in reproduction. 69, parts, sex, RT9 GD5. 70, old, young, RT6 GD0. 71, flower, through the flowers, RT11 GD0. Reproduction, negative. Constellated by a comical use of the word flower. 72, pit, deep, RT7 GD0. 73, box, high, RT8 GD0. Reproduction, wall. Pit reminds him of prick, hence the reaction word deep, and this perseverates as in reaction 4. In the subsequent reaction, CP reaction 5, high, equals not deep. The perseveration is probably the cause of the disturbance in reproduction. 74, wild, very, RT9 GD0, refers to a patient. 75, family, child, RT7 GD0. As in reaction 51, we note that the content of this reaction plays no great part with him. 80, narrate, report, RT10, GD0, reproduction, much. That he is thinking about his wife is betrayed by the incorrect reproduction. See reaction 16, 68, 88, 101, etc. He ought to tell his wife a lot about his work. 81, manners, customs, RT7GD2. Here, movement of his hands and rise of the curve. The movement seems to have been due to a complex that cannot be gone into. 82, narrow, broad, RT7GD1. 83, brother, sister, RT6GD0. 84, injure, unfaithful, RT7GD0. 85, stork, child, RT7GD0. See reactions 51 and 75. 86, false, good, RT8GD0. Reproduction, faithful. In the second experiment, women was the association here. 87, fear, yes, RT11GD0. 88, kiss, much, RT12GD2. CP reaction 80. 89, fire, fire brigade, RT9GD0. 90, dirty, clean, RT8GD0. 91, door, gate, RT8GD0, reproduction negative. He was aware of the symbolism, as he was in reaction 82. 92, vote, love, RT12GD0, reproduction yes. See reaction 47. 93, marriage, faithful, RT11GD0. From about now on, he closed his eyes, whilst before he'd been drowsily looking about him. 94, still, soft, RT7GD0, reproduction good. 95, mockery, yes, RT9GD0. Social constellation, recalls an event of his youth. 96, sleep, together, RT9GD104. The enormous deviations occurred because the complex was brought out quite unconcealed. He had reacted as if asleep. The reaction was driven out before he knew it and could stop it. He could not help laughing to himself, and his hands trembled so that the deviation became stronger. The most important thing about this reaction is that the curve now remains at the summit, i.e., the excitation is maintained. This proves clearly that the curve is by no means bound to sink, say, from physical causes, after every long deviation, but that its behavior is conditioned by the momentary psychological constellation of the subject. In this case, there was a sudden transition from the somnolent to the waking state. The stimulus is so strong that it not only aroused him, but evoked an excitation with numerous innervations. So no fall of the complex wave occurred. If the experiment had not been soon after broken off, we should, of course, have had a fall. 97, month, year, RT12GD1. 98, colored, green, RT9GD0, reproduction, blue. 99, dog, hog, RT9GD6, unexplained. 100, to talk, much, RT8GD0, reproduction, entertain. 101, night, much, RT17GD27, reproduction, negative. This complex sensitiveness is well seen here. Footnote. By complex sensitiveness, Jung understands the readiness to react to similar but much weaker stimuli with approximately the same force after a complex idea has once been aroused. Psychology of Dementia Precox. End of footnote. 102, sow, grass, RT9GD8, reproduction, field. Misunderstood stimulus word, unexplained. 103, wine, glass, RT12GD8. See reaction 63. 104, beautiful, good, RT8 GD0. 105, watch, works, RT8 GD5, unexplained. The strong deviations that appeared in reactions 99 to 105 show the action of reaction 96 upon the subject's consciousness. The barrier and the drowsiness were overcome. A state of increased irritability arose. Summary of Experiment 3. The experiment shows the influence of the distraction of attention, partly purposely determined, partly determined by the subject's psychological constellation. He was in a state of active opposition to the analysis. This active opposition causes the association curve to fall. A certain time, to R26, elapses before this opposition succeeds in making itself felt. Up till then, the curve sinks but little. This opposition is responsible for the frequent absence of the deviation, an absence which begins after reaction 26. In contradistinction to test 2C, the reaction times are very short. The PM of the reaction times for the whole test is 8. For those of reactions 1 to 26, it is only 7. This shortness of the reaction times again shows the influence of activity, of an endeavor to react as quickly as possible so to avoid telltale reaction times. Active opposition works, therefore, contrary to passive distraction of attention, by a perseverating complex, by shortening the deviations as well as the reaction times. The reason for this difference, as against test 2C, can easily be recognized, in that the whole attention was directed towards one end, to react quickly. The emotive inhibition comes into conflict with another much stronger intention, working in the opposite direction. This endeavor to react as quickly as possible, to abolish as far as possible the psychological results of the experiment, causes the stimulus words in many cases to be apprehended quite superficially. The complexes are not touched, so that no development of the affect arises. The deviations are consequently omitted. End of section 51. Section 52 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 12, on the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association experiments, Part 5. Experiment 4. After I had recognized the effect of distraction of the attention upon the galvanometer curve in two different ways, viz. By the perseveration of a complex, test 2C, and by active opposition, test 3, I tried to attain by a third experimental method, the distraction of attention. I used Jung and Rickland's method of outer distraction in order to observe at the same time the behavior of the psychogalvanic curve. I placed the electrodes on the naked soles of the feet so that the subject had his feet resting on the electrodes instead of on the ground. I had previously convinced myself by repeated experiments that this method gave the same results as when the electrodes were placed on the hands. The deviations are even stronger because the area of contact is larger and the contact is closer. In the normal experiment, the curve rises more quickly than when the electrodes are placed on the hands. In order to bring out clearly the difference between the normal association curve and the distraction curve, I will describe a distraction test on the subject of test 1. As he was a highly educated man, the tempo of the metronome beats had to be as rapid as possible in order to reach any dissociation of attention at all. The metronome was placed at 94, i.e., 94 straight beats, each exactly 1 centimeter long. The lengths being assigned by horizontal lines were executed per minute. The stimulus words only began to be called out when everything was in order. A comparison of curve 4 with curve 1 shows the extreme difference. Curve 1 rises rapidly at the beginning, as it did after the interruption. After R47, curve 4 falls rapidly at the beginning, as it does after the interruption, R26. It recalls both the small size and the complete absence at times of the deviations at the beginnings of curve 2C and curve 3. It shows in large what we found as the downstroke of a complex wave in the normal experiment. The curve begins very high between 37 and 38 millimeters, partly because the soles of the feet form a better circuit for the electric current. But there is also a psychological factor, for if under the same condition the experiment is at one time made with distraction, and then for a time without distraction, it is found that those parts of the curve where there was distraction begin higher than the other. The psychological factor is conditioned by a certain degree of excitement, which is of different strength in different individuals, consequent upon the complicated demands which the distraction experiment imposes. Now compare the average values of the normal test 1 and of the distraction test 4, and remember that in test 4, the deviations are, as a rule, greater and the rise of the curve is more rapid with the use of the soles of the feet. When we find that despite this, the deviations are less than in hand contact, we get an estimate of the great influence of the physical process of distraction upon the psychogalvanic phenomenon. PM of RT, test 1, 9. Test 2, 7. AM of RT, test 1, 8.8. Test 2, 8.4. Difference. Test 1, negative 0.2. Test 2, positive 1.4. PM of deviations, test 1, 8. Test 2, 0. AM of deviations, test 1, 10. Test 2, 2.5. Difference. Test 1, positive 2. Test 2, positive 2.5. Disturbances of reproduction. Test 1, 10%. Test 2, 21%. Both the PM and the AM of the reaction times is less than in the normal test. This is another distinct difference as against inner distraction from the perseveration of a complex, 2C. There the reaction time was increased on the average against the normal test of the same person. We there regarded the prolongation of the time as due to an increased dissociation of attention, which was claimed by the complex, thus leaving only a residue for the reactions themselves. Remember that the quality of the associations was not remarkably superficial because the subject, despite the complex, endeavored to react according to the sense of the words. In this test, 4, the abbreviation of time is due simply to the dissociation of attention being much more complete, for the patient's reactions are almost entirely verbal. By reason of his great verbal fluency, he was able to give his whole attention to making the strokes and allowed the verbal mechanism to work almost automatically. The more automatically the verbal mechanism worked, the shorter became the reaction times. The conditions are very similar to those in the last test, 3. In that case, the attention was almost wholly occupied by the endeavor to act quickly, here by making the strokes. The difference between the PM and the AM of the reaction time in the test shows that there must have also occurred a series of 2 long times. that emotive disturbances must have crept into the purely verbal course of the reactions. The PM of the test is 0, as in test 3, but the AM of these tests, that deviations must have occurred. The frequent absence of deviation is explained on the same grounds as in test 3. The distraction of attention is proved also by the fact that disturbances in reproduction are almost twice as frequent in this test as in the normal test. In communicating the associations in this test, I chiefly desire to show the extremely superficial type of the associations. 1. Head, face, RT7, GD16. 2. Green, grass, RT7, GD2. 3. Water, water, RT6, GD11. 4. Prick, pain, RT7, GD14. Reproduction, knife. 5. Angel, angle, RT7, GD6. 6. Long, gong, RT6, GD2. The 4 first reaction words contain the vowel A, and reactions 5 and 6 are entirely clang associations. 7. Ship, ship, RT6, GD8. Reproduction, reflex. The repetition of the stimulus word at reactions 3 and 7 shows most distinctly how strongly the attention has been distracted. 8. Plow, fly, RT14, GD25. The long time was caused by the stuttering in pronouncing the reaction word. The long deviation was certainly caused by the disturbance which occurred whenever he began marking a new line. This occasioned the movement of the whole of the upper part of the body and of the legs also. This disturbance is seen in reactions 8 and 16, and at regular intervals after reactions 34, 49, and 62. On the first 2 occasions, when the subject was not quite accustomed to the experiment and was still a little excited, the disturbance was expressed by a stronger deviation than later, when it is only shown by a slight rise of the curve. 9. Wool, knit, RT11, GD4. He wanted to say mull. Notice the endeavor to react with clangs. 10. Friendly, hateful, RT7, GD2. 11. Table, able, RT6, GD0. This is the first time there is no deviation. As in the normal experiment, the deviations are at first bigger than afterward. 12. Ask, answer, RT7, GD0. Reproduction, task. 13. State, courage, RT11, GD4. Reproduction, Switzerland. At first thought of a deed where courage was required. Courage is an indirect association. 14. Haughty, friendly, RT16, GD0. Reproduction, violent. See reaction 32. 15. Stalk, balk, RT6, GD4. 16. Dance, to idle, RT9, GD24. The intermediate term was waltz. 17. Lake, sea, RT6, GD7. 18. Ill, weak, RT6, GD0. 19. Proud, loud, RT6, GD0. 20. Locks, sock, rocks, RT9, GD2. He explained that the stimulus word had at first evoked the visual picture of a sea grotto, and this again the word rock, which gave rocks. Sock was arrived at by amalgamation of the clang pictures sea and rocks. It seems more probable that locks, just evoked the clang picture, rocks. Let us remember that in earlier reactions, we had the reaction lake, sea, with a strong deviation. We know from test 1 that C is very emotionally toned for this subject. We can understand why it is so suppressed. 21, ink to sink. RT6 GD0. He wanted to say fish. CP this reaction in test 1. 22, wicked. Sk, false. RT14 GD4. He intended to say scoff, which is a dialect expression, sign, for angry. 23, needle, pinprick, RT11 GD0. Wanted to say navel. 24, swim, fish, RT7 GD0. 25, journey, make, RT9 GD0. 26, blue, lake, RT9 GD0. Wanted to say mew, a perseveration of the M in make. The test had to be interrupted here because the strip of paper was finished. The curve at once rose again to 33.6. The electric resistance improved in the pause. With the beginning of distraction, the curve at once fell. The electric resistance rapidly increased. 27, bread, red. RT12 GD9. Wanted to say cut. 28, threaten, hit. RT7 GD4. 29, lamp, shine. RT7 GD6. 30, rich, poor. RT6 GD0. 31, tree, stem. RT6 GD0. 32, to sing. Sting, ding. Footnote. Again, 2 reaction words. That 2 words, even if they are often truncated words, are so frequently associated, shows that the attention is withheld from the associations, that none has sufficient stress of attention to triumph over the rival associations. End of footnote. RT7, GD9. We notice that certain sounds are much to the fore in this experiment. I knew that shortly before the experiment, the patient had been informed that a former female patient, whose name begins with this sound, had slandered him. At the end of the experiment, I made him rest in order to notice the curves at rest. He went to sleep and had a dream in which this lady played the chief part. I thus discovered that his thoughts about her were unconsciously perseverating during the experiment. I am strongly inclined, and the subject agreed with me, to see in the prominence of these sounds a symptomatic action. It is also possible that the complex signs in the reactions 14, 22, 28, and 64 refer to this unpleasant complex. 33, pity, the poor. RT6 GD0. Reproduction, poor. This reaction, like friendly, hateful, ask, answer, are stereotyped replies he gets in his experiments with others, and therefore trips off his tongue like rhymes and clangs. 34, yellow, poor. RT9 GD0. Poor. Perseveration from reaction 33. See reaction 8. 35, mountain, climb. RT7 GD0. 36, play, children. RT8 GD0. 37, salt, paint. RT9 GD0. Wanted to say pot. 38, new, old. RT6 GD12. We must not pay too much attention to the occurrence of too long deviations, unaccompanied by other complex signs in this test, where movements play a disturbing part. 39, customs, bad customs. RT8 GD1, 40 ride horse, RT6 GD5, 41 wall stall. Footnote: stall is also the German word and has the same meaning. It is not a rhyme in the original but a clang. Wand Stahl. Translator. End of footnote. RT7 GD2. As in Test 1, an English word, wall, occurred to him. Reaction 3 in Test 1. Test 4 took place 7 weeks after Test 1. Then star was reacted. The word stall occurred in the analysis star of Bethlehem. Despite the distraction, the complex can still be recognized. 42 silly Billy, RT7 GD7. 43 copybook, knife, RT9 GD0. 44 despise, esteem, RT7 GD0. 45 tooth, time, RT7 GD0. 46 right, wrong, RT7 GD4. 47 people, full, RT6 GD0. 48 smell, cattle, RT9 GD0. 49 book, hutch, RT12 GD0. Things of Ricarda Hutch. 50 unjust, just, RT7 GD0. 51 frog, brooch, RT14 GD negative. Brooch, a clang in the original frosh, broche, may be constellated by this intention to give his wife a present. 52 divorce, avoid, RT7 GD0. 53 hunger, thirst, RT6 GD0. 54 white, black, RT6 GD0. 55 cattle, herd, RT6 GD0. 56 to take over, to observe, RT12 GD0. 57 pencil, point, RT6 GD0. 58 cloudy, water, RT9 GD0. 59 plum, sweet, RT7 GD0. 60 meet, greet, RT7 GD0. 61 law, book, RT9 GD0. 62 loving, dear, RT7 GD0. 63 glass, clear, RT6 GD0. 64 strife, struggle, RT12 GD0. Reproduction, strig, striggle. See reaction 32. 65 goat, animal, RT11 GD0. 66 big, heavy, RT9 GD0. 67 carrot, capital, RT9 GD0. A very superficial clang association. Capital is of momentary importance, for he just bought some bonds. 68 panel, picture, RT7 GD0. 69 part, have, RT7 GD0. Reproduction, inheritance. See reaction 67. He has a share, part in a manufactory. 70 old, to be, RT7 GD0. 71 bloom, lumen, RT11 GD0. Becoming old and lumen both play a role. 72 beat, watch, RT9 GD0. Reproduction, reflex, constellated from the metronome beats. 73 chest, cash, RT7 GD0. 74 wild, mild, RT7GD0, reproduction, wild. 75, family, have, RT6GD0. 76, wash, water, RT6GD0. 77, cow, Q, high, hawk, RT9GD0. Understood as book. Reaction 49 was book, huck. At the end of the test, the beam of light went again to 42, i.e., he passed in a few seconds the distance from 13.6 to 42. I therefore made the subject rest quite quietly, whereupon he fell asleep and had the dream. During this time, 5 minutes, the beam of light went down from 45 to 25, and after he awoke, it again rose. The sleep wave, therefore, behaved like a distraction wave. Summary of Experiment 4. The test shows the action of outer distraction upon the galvanometer curve. The action here is like that of active opposition in Test 3. Fall of the curve, decrease or absence of the deviations, strikingly small reaction times. In Test 4, the PM of the reaction times is 7, against 9 in the normal experiment on the same subject. Tests 3 and 4 are the opposite of Test 2, C, in respect to their short reaction times. The difference in the behavior of the reaction times is to be explained by the fact that in the former tests, the attention was actively directed to a definite process, whilst in Test 2, C, it was passively fettered by the complex previously aroused. The dissociation of attention is therefore much more complete in Tests 3 and 4. The reactions occur without arousing many associations. In Test 3, through active opposition. In Test 4, by the purely verbal motor attitude. In Test 2C, on the other hand, the subject endeavored to direct his attention away from the complex toward the simple reactions, hence, conflict and prolongation of times. At the conclusion of the experiment, the beam of light ascended very quickly, not shown, whilst usually it falls at the end of the normal test. Whilst he was asleep 5 minutes, the beam of light fell on the scale about 17 millimeters. The sleep wave thus behaved in this case like waves in distraction, or as if the subject were at rest. Conclusions derived from experiments 2 to 4. In the selection of these 3 cases, from my total cases, I had 3 different aims in mind. First, I wanted to show what real service the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association tests can render us in psychological investigation, for it enlarges our knowledge by an objective complex sign and gives us more direct information about the affective reactions than other complex signs. Secondly, I wish to draw the attention of those unacquainted with the association test to the results, however small they be, of their general experimental psychological nature, of those especially who regard the phenomenon as an arbitrary means of expression in experimental psychology. Thirdly, I selected these tests because one could study in them the physical expression of one and the same psychological process, the distraction of attention. The investigations into the influence of attention in the experiment, when compared with other investigations, give us some indications as to the essential meaning of the psychogalvanic phenomenon. We must remember in the first place that in the test as carried out, we have to do, chiefly or exclusively, with changes of the electrical resistance of the skin. This, in its turn, causing fluctuations in the intensity of the current. The galvanometer marks these fluctuations. We must accept this, at least until more exact electrophysiological investigations have been made on the subject. The earlier French scientists to whom we have referred accept, without more ado, these changes of electrical resistance in their tests. We know nothing at all about changes of electromotor power in the experiments. Therefore, we are compelled to regard the rise of the galvanometer curve, i.e., the increase in the strength of the current, as expressing the decrease of the electrical resistance of the skin, and the fall of this curve as expressing an increase of its resistance. Perret proved that there was a decrease of electric resistance on the application of sensory stimuli. E. Müller, Veriguth, Jung, and myself had made the same observations, with the exception of Ferry, who only used sensory stimuli. These workers find that this resistance decreases also with the higher psychical stimuli. Veriguth only speaks of a decrease or increase of the strength of the current measured directly by the galvanometer, without saying what conditions it. On the other hand, the resistance increases when at rest and, as we have seen, in sleep. The resistance also increases in quiet mental work, e.g. in adding up or in uninteresting reading. Veriguth. We will place these observations alongside those found in our experiments. 1. Decrease of the electrical resistance to conduction. A. In sensory stimuli. B. In higher mental stimuli. C. In the course of an association test accompanied by attention, which is nothing more than a combination of A and B. 2. Increase of the electric resistance to conduction. A. At rest. B. In sleep. C. In quiet, not exciting mental work. D. When the attention is fettered by a complex, downstroke of the complex wave, test 2C. E. When the attention is distracted by voluntary opposition to the experiment, test 3. F. By outer distraction, test 4. As we have seen, it is sensory and psychical stimuli that produce the emotional tone, which causes the psychogalvanic phenomenon. It is upon this that the usefulness of the phenomenon in association tests is based. The tests have shown us sufficiently the close connection between the strength of the deviation and the emotional tone which the individual reactions arouse. The psychogalvanic phenomenon owes its origin to purely affective processes, i.e., those which we know are the only ones which act upon the functions of the body. But this action consists of changes in innervation. What the kinds of innervation, secretory, in our experiment are, we cannot say as yet with certainty. We only know their specific effect, which is the lowering of the electric resistance of the skin. The deduction, therefore, is that whenever the resistance of the skin to conduction decreases, we have an increase, and whenever the resistance increases, we have a decrease of innervation. How is this deduction borne out by the results of test 2? It is readily understood that the innervation should decrease at rest, when asleep, and with quiet mental work. But here we get no affective processes. But the explanation is more difficult in cases D, E, and F. For here affective processes have a great share, and we have more or less strong affects. In E and F, the attention is directed towards a certain aim, again an affective process. If then we get here a decrease of innervation, it can be only the result of inhibition. Consider first case D. This is the case test 2C with downstroke of the complex wave. May we here speak of an inhibition of innervation? Certainly, for it is not a question of the galvanometric registration of just that movement when an affect is aroused. This movement is shown by the deviations which occur at the complex reactions. What we find is the subsequent manifestations of the affect in the falling of the complex wave, and in test 2C. It is an old and well-known fact that an affect does not only act as a barrier to the associations to which it belongs, but is inhibitory to all others. Thus, the stimulus words following the complex reactions or the affect aroused become inhibited in their action upon the flow of ideas and upon the physical functions. This is the explanation of distraction upon a complex and its effect upon the galvanometer curve. In cases E and F, the distraction follows from the attention being diverted to a particular end. Why does not this tension of the attention, which must be an affective process, produce any innovation? But this again is a wrong way of putting the problem, for here again we are concerned with the effects of an already existing concentration of the attention. At the moment when the attention is turned towards a definite point, a deviation is obtained, as I have often been able to observe. But in test 2C, such moments occurred before the experiment. The effective distraction of attention turned towards a definite process and away from the experiment is just the same as that of an existing affect. Bleuler says of attention, it is a side of affectivity which does nothing but what we already know about it, for it paves the way for some associations and obstructs others. To these paths and obstacles, naturally, not only do the intracentral and the centripetal connections belong, but also a number of centrifugal connections. Layman comes to the same conclusion. Attention is a pathway to some single point whereby the energy streaming in at the particular point acts at the same time as an inhibition to other simultaneous processes in the central organ. To sum up, whenever the attention is distracted either through an affect or through voluntary opposition or through outer distraction, the stimulus words provoke weakened physical expressions or none at all. The result is closely related to the findings of Layman and of Zonev and Meumann, who likewise proved that there was a diminution or cessation of physical expression when the stimulus was applied in states of distracted attention. The observations or distraction of attention also lead us to the galvanometric investigations on the insane. A. Figaro found in melancholics an increased electric resistance to conduction, which we can thus interpret. The melancholic is in a permanent state of distracted attention. His complexes occupy him permanently, like the affect which, purposely introduced, occupies subject 2 temporarily. There is, in both cases, a hindrance to centrifugal innervation and thus an increased resistance to conduction. Jung and Richter found in catatonics an organic demence, an increased resistance to conduction, and an absence of deviation to stimuli of various kinds. This must be due chiefly to primary disorders of perception rather than to inhibition from inner distraction. The observation made by R. Figaro that in hysterics the electric resistance is increased on the hemi-anesthetic side as compared with the sound side seems to me now understandable. If we regard the hysterical hemi-anesthesia as occurring when this side is functionally split off from consciousness, then we see that the innervation flowing towards that side will be slighter, and we have hitherto always found that this decrease of innervation is accompanied by increased resistance. In conclusion, I would like to point out the difference the at-rest wave shows according to whether the current is used of lesser or greater strength. In the latter case, we always find that the resistance of the skin decreases with the length of the current. Berenyi proved this contradiction in the rest curve with slight currents. The resistance then increases the longer the circuit lasts. The explanation of this contradiction must be that, by the use of a considerable strength of current, I cannot give the limits. One is not dealing with the rest wave, but always with the stimulus wave, i.e., that we here get physiological and finally psychological effects. We need but recall the stimulus action of the electrodes upon the skin with a strong galvanic current. Moreover, purely physical conditions may have a share in this. A permanent complex, permanent affect, permanent concentration of attention upon something other than the experimental stimuli hinders the psychical working up of the stimulus, which remains poor in association and feeling. The absence of new innervations, and therefore the disappearance of the deviations, is the result of the absence of new affects. The gradual sinking of the curve is explained by the gradual wearing off of the affect, whilst the intellectual attitude of inhibition created by the affect is maintained for a longer period. End of section 52. Section 53 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 12, on the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association experiments, Part 6. Extension of the points of view obtained in Part 2 to the material as a whole. Reaction time and galvanic deviation. We shall review in this section the mutual behavior of these two complex indicators in their connection with one another, and shall refer to further conditions which lead to a disproportion of these two values. From the experiments we have learnt that, as a rule, a too long reaction time corresponds with a too long deviation. It has also been shown that, as a rule, with the prolongation of the reaction time, there goes an affective process. Footnote. We shall find there are exceptions, to which we shall refer later. End of footnote. We shall not be in error if, with Jung, we make this affective process responsible for the prolongation of the time. But we have given sufficient instances of exceptions to the ratio between reaction time and deviation, which are largely due to the influence of a perseverating emotional tone. We have seen that in cases where an emotional tone was handed on from an earlier reaction, there was no question of any direct ratio between these two factors in the following or next following reaction. That, on the contrary, when the perseverating complex is very strong, the ratio is inverse. The time is prolonged and the deviation shortened. I have sufficiently explained the reason for this. We saw a second cause for this prolongation of the reaction time, without a simultaneous increase of the deviation in the occurrence of an intellectual feeling in Nolowski's sense. This is of no practical importance, but is of theoretical interest. It was due to a feeling of uncertainty when the stimulus word was not clearly understood. It was shown that these cases are extremely rare because the conditions for the occurrence of purely intellectual feelings only arise exceptionally in the association test. To the example, tame, wild, when truth was understood, I will add another that seems to me beyond criticism. Subject number 16, physician. R14, craft, boat. RT21, in parentheses, 9. GD7, in parentheses, 19. Footnote. The figures in parentheses give the probable means of the two values for the whole test. the values only having a meaning when compared with these probable means. End of footnote. He hesitated whether I had said craft or crafty. Finally, he decided for the former. It is easy to see that when two words which clang emerge, neither of which has any particular emotional tone for the patient, a certain time is spent till the subject decides on one. We might speak of a selection time, which is added to the reaction time in the strict sense. This hesitation did not here produce any effect, for the deviation is still below the probable mean. The indistinct apprehension of the stimulus word is often followed by its repetition or by a what. In such cases, the reaction time is particularly long, because I only let go the watch spring of the hand when the real reaction word is pronounced. The size of the deviation in such cases depends upon whether an intellectual feeling or an affective process is connected with the repetition of the stimulus word. The latter is commonly the case. I have some distinct examples of the former. Subject number 13, female attendant. 82, bend. And beginning. RT 12 in parentheses 9. GD 1 in parentheses 2. Subject number 12, female student. 4, prick. What? Pain. RT 18 in parentheses 11, GD 3, parentheses 5. 6, long. What? Many. RT 26, GD 3. 15, stalk. What? Flowers. RT 27, GD 5. The following case of disproportion between reaction time and deviation seems due to the difficulty of the word. Subject number 11, uneducated man. Salt, mineral. RT 18 in parentheses 9, GD 2 in parentheses 2. Delayed reaction times are often seen at the word salt. At present, I can only find the cause in a certain difficulty in finding appropriate associations. Pepper and bitter are the commonest. The subject had, like many uneducated persons, taken the stimulus word as a question. What is salt? The correct answer gave him intellectual difficulties without getting excited about it. The following delayed time seems partly due to special intellectual effort. The reaction occurred in Test 2C. 82, narrow, pass. RT 35, in parentheses 14. GD 2, in parentheses 5. We saw that the reaction took place under the influence of a perseverating emotional tone, but the excessive prolongation of the time seems to require explanation. He wanted to say narrow-hearted, which is extremely emotionally toned for him. In order to suppress narrow-hearted and to find the harmless narrow pass required severe intellectual effort, made still more difficult by the perseveration. It was remarkable that despite this repression and affect, the deviation was so slight. I cannot avoid the impression that we had here an inhibition of innervation by the intellectual effort which made such demands upon the subject's attention. Whilst we can show that, besides perseveration, intellectual difficulties may lead to a prolongation of the time, without prolongation of the deviation. Those cases where the deviation, but not the time, is prolonged are found chiefly when there are verbal reasons. These are generally cases of complexes, which pass unnoticed in the reaction time because the subject was able to slip in a verbal association. We have seen that emotive inhibitions are manifested with difficulty in such associations. This may be due to the strong pathway between the associations which then rapidly follow each other, although other associations also become aroused. Very often, however, the reason is that the verbal association that slipped in was already formed before the complex became generally aroused and could make its whole inhibitory action felt. I have often observed this in myself. The deviation, which follows much more slowly, has time to come under the influence of the complex. Other examples. Subject number 22, male attendant. 61, law, opposed. RT 8 in parentheses 10. GD 24 in parentheses 14. 69, part, have. RT 8 GD 20. 75, family, relations. RT 8 GD 25. 82, narrow, hearted. RT 8 GD 17. 83, brother, love. RT 8 GD 17. 84, injure, joy. RT 7 GD 46. 89, fire, cause. RT 6 GD 25. Subject number 12, female student. 62, love, have. RT 11 in parentheses 11, GD 9 in parentheses 5. Subject number 19, doctor. 79, book, have. RT 8 in parentheses 9, GD 16, parentheses 5. 88, kiss, like. RT 8 GD 12. He had heard this reaction in a great many subjects. Subject number 2, 45, tooth, ache. RT 8 in parentheses 14. GD 53 in parentheses 5. Subject number 18, attendant. 68, paint, painter. RT 9 in parentheses 14. GD 7 in parentheses 2. Clang associations and galvanometer deflections. Action of unconscious complexes upon the galvanic deflection. Before leaving the individual analyses and proceeding to the purely statistical working out of our material, I must again refer to the clang associations, which will give an opportunity to study the action of unconscious complexes upon the psychogalvanic phenomenon. Footnote. We shall see that these are not unconscious complexes in Freud's sense, but only suppressed complexes. That is, they were once in consciousness and can reappear there at any time. Freud's foreconscious. Freud understands by unconscious complexes in the strict sense, complexes which have never become conscious to the person and which can only be brought into the conscious by psychoanalysis. End of footnote. In the analysis of Test 1, we were able to prove that the clang reactions which arose from distraction of attention due to a previous complex showed a too small deviation, whilst those which themselves awoke a complex had a too long one. We also saw in the examples Kurter, Spurter, R51, and reactions 92 and 38 that beyond the contact connection by the clang association, there was a deeper link between stimulus and reaction word. In all three reactions, the clang association was determined by a complex, which the stimulus word aroused. In reaction 38, repent, spent, perseveration also took part, so that the deviation itself did not exceed the probable mean. The complex participating in the disturbance was indicated on the galvanometer by the subsequent rise of the curve. When a perseverating emotional tone had caused both the deviation and the clang association, no deeper connection could be demonstrated. R32, ring, swing. R37, spec, neck. And R52, divorce, force. What we had been able to prove in Test 1 was also found in the clang associations of the other tests. The grouping together of cases like divorce, avoid, is very informative. Of 14 subjects to whom the word divorce was called out, 5 reacted with avoid. Footnote: in English, divorce, avoid, is a clang association. In the German, it is a rhyme. Scheiden, weiden. Translator. End of footnote. We will first give 2 cases where there was also perseveration, and then 3 where complexes were at work. Subject number 1, 52, avoid, divorce, RT9 in parentheses 9, GD8 in parentheses 8. Subject number 23, doctor, 52, avoid, divorce, RT11 in parentheses 11, GD6 in parentheses 7. In both these cases, there was the perseveration of an emotional tone. In subject number 1, this came at the preceding reaction, which, as we saw, aroused a very strong complex. In subject number 23, perseveration is also observed. It is due to 50, unjust, just, RT11, parentheses 11, GD13, parentheses 7. Upon which follow 51, frog, water, RT12 GD5, 52, divorce, avoid, RT11 GD6. The complex in reaction 50, perseverating in reactions 51 and 52, is objectively shown by the long deviation. The reaction time is, as so often, only prolonged in the next reaction 51. Subjectively, the complex was fully confirmed, for the subject acknowledged that he had had to fight a great deal against injustice and possessed a strong justice complex. In the 3 other cases where there was a complex, the deviations were very prolonged, whilst the time was only prolonged in 1 case. Subject number 12, female student, 52, divorce, avoid, RT19, parentheses 11, GD12, parentheses 5. Both words showed the complex. She explained at once that the reaction made her think of a much-loved girlfriend who had lately married and left Zurich. This friend, or rather her marriage, plays a great role in the experiment. Subject number 4, educated woman, 52, divorce, avoid, RT11, parentheses 11, GD15, parentheses 5. One of the rare cases where the clang association caused by a complex has, for no obvious reason, no time prolongation. But the deviation, which is thrice the probable mean, is enough. The emotional tone is here on avoid. Subject number 19, the writer, 52, divorce, avoid, RT8, parentheses 9, GD8, parentheses 5. The short reaction time is explained by the reaction having slipped in from tests carried out on others. Still, the complex comes out and is recognizable by the galvanometer. The emotional tone was on avoid. I grouped these reactions together. Subject number 1, divorce, avoid, RT9, parentheses 9, GD5, 8. 22, divorce, avoid, RT11, parentheses 12, GD6, parentheses 7. Clang association due to perseveration. 12, divorce, avoid, RT19, parentheses 11, GD12, parentheses 5. 4, divorce, avoid, RT11, parentheses 11, GD15, parentheses 5. 19, divorce, avoid, RT8, parentheses 9, GD8, parentheses 5. Clang association due to complex. Twice I found the rhyme to prick, brick, but on both occasions neither complex nor perseveration could be discovered. But the stimulus word, to prick, is the fourth one in our list, i.e., it comes quite early, when there is still some excitation about the experiment, and the attitude towards the meaning of the stimulus word is still labored. It might be said that the distraction of attention is here due to the perseveration of a complex, the complex which refers to ideas about the test itself. The following is another instance of the effect of perseveration upon clang associations. The probable means are 17 and 10. Subject number 15, female student. 11, young, old. RT 24, parentheses 17, GD 28, parentheses 10. 12, ask, answer. RT 23, GD 29. 13, state, Russia. RT 12, GD 7. 14, stubborn, minded. RT 14, GD 10. 15, stalk, talk. RT 13, GD 5. Two strong complexes were aroused at reaction 11, which were and are still important to her. Reaction 12 brought up thoughts of her approaching examination for the doctorate, quite enough to provoke an effect. Reaction 13 shows nothing special. Reaction 14 is verbal motor. The superficiality of this association points clearly to the distraction of attention shown again in the clang association 15. It is in consequence of this that the deviation reduced the probable mean by a half. In the clang association, mentioned so far with too long a deviation, the complex became known to the subject during the reaction. See, divorce, avoid. But I have a number of striking clang associations showing distinct lengthening of the deviation where the subject was quite unable to assert that the reaction in question was connected with any emotional event, with any complex at all. As apart from number 1, I did not obtain many clang associations in my tests. I have only a few examples to quote, but each one seems to me worthy study. They again show what great importance the unconscious has in association activity. The importance of the unconscious in association activity is most clearly seen in Freud's work, Interpretation of Dreams, Psychopathology of Everyday Life, Wit, etc. Footnote. See also Bleuler, Chapter 6, Jung and Ricklin, Chapter 2, and Jung, Chapter 4. In his Psychology of Dementia Precogs, Jung says, after having spoken of the influence of the complex upon association, it is of theoretical importance that the complex need not be conscious. By repression, it can cause an inhibition of attention in the conscious. In other words, it can suspend for a time the intellectual activity of consciousness, delayed reaction time, or suspend it totally, fault, or diminish its worth, clang associations. End of footnote. We shall here venture on a proof of the influence of an unconscious, or, as we prefer to say, of a repressed complex upon the development of affect, i.e., upon the physical innervations. Here again Freud has laid down the theoretical principles. In the interpretation of dreams, he says, this, i.e. the development of the affect, is regarded as a motor activity or as one of secretion. The key to its innovation is placed in the unconscious. Before dealing more closely with our examples, I should like to add some remarks about the method. It deviates in many respects from that hitherto customary in experimental psychology. In his Principles of Physiological Psychology, Wundt, when discussing the analysis of the emotions, says, it must, moreover, be noticed in all cases that the vasomotor, like the respiratory systems, are in themselves only signs of alterations of innervation in the respiratory, cardiac, and circulatory nerve centers. They convey nothing of themselves either about the causes of these symptoms, which are grounded in the mechanism of the nerve centers, or about the remoter physiological connection of the innervations in question. The chief psychological value of these symptoms is rather that they are phenomena which are demonstrated objectively insofar as they regularly accompany emotional ideas. And by their differences, we are enabled to obtain indications of the corresponding psychical differences. But it should never be forgotten that these are only indications and never proofs. If subjective observation does not discover the presence of a definite emotion, no amount of objective phenomena can establish it. Experience teaches us, nevertheless, that traces of feelings can escape subjective observation if there is not some special motive for the attention being directed to them. What is here said of the vasomotor and respiratory symptoms must also refer to the galvanometric phenomena, about whose physiological foundation we have no absolutely certain knowledge. If we were to follow Wundt, it would be an error to attempt to discover the relationship of unconscious complexes, which introspection cannot detect, to physical symptoms. But it must have occurred to readers that we have not posited as the final authority for the connection of galvanometric with psychical differences any subjectively demonstrated emotion. In the association test, where the various emotions interchange so rapidly with one another, either increasing or hindering one another, subjective statements are to the nature or form of these feelings are quite unreliable. It is only gross differences of feeling, qualitative and quantitative, that are differentiated by introspection. Wundt agrees that traces of feeling can escape introspection. I believe that the galvanometer, although the shunt does considerably deaden the oscillations of the current, is a far finer reagent for quantitative differences of emotion. As subjective control, we found, as we have sufficiently demonstrated, that a reaction which was accompanied by a too long deviation belonged to an emotionally toned complex. In the majority of cases, the subject feels the constellation, is often quick to recognize it, although sometimes only after reflection. But when the subjective proof of this connection is unobtainable, we have another means of discovering it. It is the method of psychoanalysis which psychology owes to Freud. It is to be used whenever the information given by a subject about a reaction is unsatisfactory. See, e.g., the reaction 3, wall, star, in number 1, and especially when repression influences the association so that its working is unknown to the subject, taking the view that unconscious psychic processes can provoke physical changes of innervation. Layman's remark will not lead us astray. An out-of-stimulus must enter consciousness in order to produce organic reactions. He makes consciousness equal psyche. Naturally, from this point of view, he is bound to conclude that if a definite external stimulus creates no definite state of consciousness, the organic reactions must be also absent. The contradiction between our view and Layman's statement is that Layman obviously recognizes only one mental process for the origin of organic reactions, whilst we also recognize unconscious mental processes. Footnote. In a certain sense, the stimulus, here the stimulus word, did reach the conscious and the case is now to be related. The subjects reacted to it with one word, afterwards remembering the stimulus word and so on. What did not reach consciousness was the relationship of the stimulus to a definite group of ideas. And even here we must put a further limit. A reference to some complex or other is often more or less conscious to the subject as a feeling of constraint, some uncertainty. The reaction might refer to a complex, etc. But what is not conscious to them at all is the complex itself. End of footnote. The first example is from a doctor, number 16, who was kind enough to give me all the information possible. He himself succeeded in discovering the complex, repressed during and for a few hours after the experiment. Worry, source, RT9, parentheses 9, GV15, parentheses 9. The reaction time is the same. The probable mean of the deviation is, however, much increased. He felt at once impelled to seek some deeper connection between worry and source, a clang reaction in German, Quellen, Quelle. It occurred to him in analysis that he was recently in the town of B with a female patient who was to be operated upon there. As this particular patient often comes into his associations at other places without giving rise to any increase of deviation, no significance could be attached to this idea. But, as will be seen, the town of B does point to the complex. At any rate, he did not know how he came to this association, and introspection failed to notice any distinct feeling during the reaction. There was no time for a thorough psychoanalysis. I was therefore greatly pleased when my colleague gave me the solution next day in writing. During the course of the evening, it came back to him that source equals fans amoris. Sempiferne fans amoris was formerly one of his complex symbols. It was a question of a strong bachelor complex, which, when he lived in the town of B, was the source of much worry. The words sempiterne, fons amoris, had become for both the symbol of friendship and service, being used as a formula in greeting. The matter becomes quite clear when we recall the whole strophe of Scheffel's student song, of which this was the first line. Sempiterne fons amoris, consolatrix tristrium, pia mater salvatoris, ave virga virginum. That fans amoris has also a concrete meaning need be merely indicated. It is interesting that for years he had not thought of this episode in his life, and that it was only again noticed in his dreams after he had married, about 6 months before the test. By his marriage, the complex had at first increased the associations in the unconscious, thus allowing it to overcome the censure, first in his dreams and then in the waking consciousness. The next two examples are from myself. 28, threaten, drone, RT14, parentheses 9, GD19, parentheses 5. The reaction time and the deviation are markedly prolonged. I was not aware of any complex during the reaction, nor had I any particular feeling after I had uttered the reaction word. I felt some surprise about it. It seemed to me so remote, and I hardly felt that I myself had pronounced it, nor could I link at first any further associations to it, and gave up trying to find any meaning to this reaction. It was only 2 months later, after returning from a fortnight's journey and looking over my associations again, that its meaning became clear, without my then seeking it. It occurred just as my eyes fell on the reaction, the drone. That's me. My colleagues had often twitted me with my infrequent appearance in the wards and my not relieving them of some of the work. For bit by bit, I had limited myself entirely to the scientific work. A little of their banter had taken effect. Beyond the complete inner certainty that I felt as to the correctness of this interpretation, there is in its favor that I only found it after a journey which I had received many new impressions. My psychological constellation had become different, and so the inner resistances had become displaced. Furthermore, during the journey, my real interest in the part I played in the asylum had receded. C.P. Freud, Psychopathology of Everyday Life. On the first day of my return, the complex had acquired an additional affect, when I compared the strenuous work of my colleagues with my own life during the journey. My complex had perceived the opportunity for the application of the stimulus word to myself by a process of assimilation in the same way as in the other cases of misreading, misunderstanding, etc., which Freud has described in so masterly a way. To threaten is an unpleasurably toned word, and at the same time rather difficult to respond to. There was thus sufficient cause for inhibitory factors. The complex may have used this moment of hesitation. One of my subjects reacted too dry to this reaction. In that case, the time, but not the deviation, was increased. No reason for the occurrence of the word too dry could be found. There must certainly have been one. But on the other hand, threaten was energetically parried, for the patient was a female nurse threatened with a crisis in a love affair, which for many reasons caused much excitement. It was likewise after that journey that I solved the following clang association. 73, Boz, angry, all, oil. RT9, parentheses 9, GD13, parentheses 15, reproduction, reflex. The series of associations was 71, to cook, kitchen, RT7, GD3, 72, ink, fish, RT9, GD3, reproduction, right. 73, pause, all, RT9, GD13, reproduction, reflex. 74, needle, ear, RT9, GD4, reproduction, prick. 75, to swim, prick, RT9, GD10. The many disturbances in reproduction, the meaningless clang association, pause, angry, all, oil. The perseveration of the association prick to swim indicate a great disturbance of attention. This was partly conditioned by a certain degree of momentary fatigue at the time, but chiefly by several complexes. During this section of the experiment, I was at the same time the observer who went through the associations almost automatically. It was at the reaction to swim, prick, which seemed to me absurd, that I had a distinct feeling of unpleasure. The deviation is here increased. The clang association, pause, all, is the center of interest. Footnote, in uttering the word all, I had no image of it in consciousness, but merely the clang picture. End of footnote. This followed as automatically as the others. The reaction times nowhere exceed the mean. My interest in it only arose later, when my attention had been turned to the action or repressed complexes upon physical innervations. Despite many attempts, I could get nothing out of it at first. It was only after my return, when I again took up the forgotten associations, that I distinctly felt that to find the solution I must translate something. But the resistance was still so great that the right thing did not occur to me. I was still hitting away in the dark and translating oil, oleum, earl, oil, an attempt to get away from the O. Then I placed bos and all together and wrote in French orthography, bercil, sur, burl, and similar words, most of them absurd. We shall presently see that the preceding was correct, but that I went astray in the choice of what to translate. It is remarkable that in my attempts I did hit upon the word Vesoul, a station between Basel and Paris. But as there were other resistances to overcome, I was unable to make anything out of Paris. I gave it up, opining that there really was no solution here. 5 days later, I was drawn back to this association. A thought occurred to me which enabled me to penetrate into the unconscious and break up the chief resistance. At Bos, which I entirely neglected, putting all the weight on all. which I had not tried to translate. The proper name, boss, came up to me. It had taken me 2 months. At once, an event which had taken place a year and a half before came up to me very clearly. How I had bought a trunk at Mr. Boss's, a leather merchant in X, and how at the last moment he had painted my monogram with a black fluid. See reaction, ink, fish. Reproduction, right. In Latin, characters on the brown trunk. At the same time, I became aware that I had always connected a yellow color with the sound O. The day after the purchase, I went to Paris. This only came up to me later, but it became already clear that all meant a simple LL, which was by clang assimilated to Boz. The complex was not cleared up. Trying to call up the monogram LB on the trunk, I had a feeling that the word trunk had to be translated. I did this step consciously, asking myself what was the French for trunk. Mal. The solution became instantly clear to me and was also shown involuntarily by a sigh. The M in mal led to a monogram, MLB, that I had often seen in Latin letters, like my own LB on a trunk. It is the monogram of that lady who had in the first place suggested my buying the trunk, and who, in the second place, had intended traveling to Paris with me, an intention which, however, was not carried out. I had been very put out by this. Only in this roundabout way did it become clear who was meant by angry. Boz. It must be added that this complex is only the portion of a much bigger one which is still present. Boz, angry, thus led to angry, trunk, LB, mal, and thus to MLB. There is also a more direct way, from Boz to MLB, by the translation into mal. But here the Latin seems to take part, as indicated by my first association to all, oleum. Mal would be the exact Latin equivalent for Boz, angry in this case. The French mal is only a hint. Mal also allowed me to understand when I wrote down the analysis why to the following stimulus word, needle, ear, was reacted. In the reproduction, I thought I had said prick. It seems highly probable that malheur had determined ear, both by its clang and its meaning. It was also now clear why at the beginning I felt compelled to connect the words pause and all and write them in French. It was just as if someone had said to me, translate into French, combine them, and write down a German clang in French letters. That will give you the answer. We see that the unconscious prescribes the way that psychoanalysis must follow. We know now that a translation had to be made. Boss into mal, written in French, or here, mal and her, combined into malheur. The word malheur was the summit of the analysis. At boss, the clang picture, or, had become aroused together with the clang picture, all. For from boss to mal, and from mal to malheur, is but a short step. This must, however, have been the stronger, for it provoked the corresponding innervation of the speech musculature. Whilst or remained unsaid and unconscious, it was only when the word needle followed that the clang picture, or, which lay ready waiting, received a stronger impulse and repressed the reaction word prick, which for me was a more labile one. This again appears in the following reaction. Only the chief stages of the analysis can be given here, whilst the psychical impulses of the whole mechanism can only be hinted at. But I hope that I have shown through my trial and error how the psychical course of such an introspection proceeds. The inner feeling of certainty which accompanies such a task can naturally not be communicated to others. Those who attempt analysis on themselves will be the first to adopt our methods. It is not to be wondered at. A repressed complex which, despite repression, causes physical reactions expresses itself preferentially in clang associations. It would seem that the common occurrence of clang associations and physical reactions are an indication of the strength of a repressed complex, or rather of the resistance which a repressed complex has to overcome in order to become conscious. This resistance was striking in all three cases, especially in my own. The occurrence of clang associations is only a sign that the complex is held back by the censure, and, just as in dreams, there only manifests itself in innocent shape. It is a fair conclusion that a repressed complex evokes physical reactions, or, in other words, affects, when there is strong resistance to its becoming conscious. I have one other example in which I can prove by the galvanometer the working of a repressed complex. It manifested itself in an educated lady and was as follows. Subject number 19, 20, eat, dinner. RT 18, parentheses 16, GD 18, parentheses 16, reproduction, long reflection. 4 complex signs: repetition of the stimulus word, disturbance in reproduction, prolonged reaction time, and prolonged deviation. She is surprised at the stimulus word. That in itself points to a complex. Obviously, the word itself cannot cause surprise, but the surprise is a hint that something strange, i.e. unconscious, is going on within her. She had great resistance for a long time, maintaining that nothing occurred to her. Finally, a smile heralded the solution. She does not like eating with her relations before strangers, and does not like visitors at her table, because people would then see that she does not like one of her relations, an aunt. The reason of this antipathy was not communicated, nor did I press for it. It is very probable that this antipathy to the aunt exhibits the complex concealed here. A very pretty example of the influence of a repressed complex on the psychogalvanic complex is given by Jung and Peterson. Brain, 1907. It occurred in a male nurse who was very emotional. The same series of stimulus words was used 3 times in succession, a method which brings out the working of a repressed complex particularly well. The greatest deviation occurred with the association, the sun burns. Other strong deviations were at the associations, floor, parquet, pay, right, warm, the stove. In the last 3 reactions, there were constant disturbances. All the reproductions were altered. With one exception, all the deflections exceeded the arithmetical mean of each of the series. Of the 9 reactions, 4 were above, and 2 coincided with the probable mean. The patient said he had no particular thoughts in connection with these reactions and was not himself aware of anything. But when asked what personal significance floor had for him, he suddenly answered, with surprise and embarrassment, that recently a stove had become defective and burned the floor to such an extent that not only the stove but the greater part of the floor had to be renewed. He had to pay for this himself, which meant great expense. Besides, there had been great danger from fire. Thus all the disturbances above recorded were completely explained, including the strong emotional tone of sun burns. The strong resistance on the part of the conscious shows that the patient had not become aware of the complex in the 3 tests, despite the numerous stimulus words and its recent occurrence. End of section 53. Section 54 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 12 on the psychogalvanic phenomenon in association experiments, Part 7. Part 4. Statistics of the normal tests. In this last part of the work, I shall show from the statistics of the whole material what are the laws between reaction time and deviation, and between complex signs and deviation. We shall find that the relationships are constant between the factors mentioned and the deviations, and disregard the differences in the methods of the tests, sex, and the educational status of the test persons. We shall review these relationships in the 4 groups of the educated and uneducated men and women separately, so as to show that they are present in all groups. I must warn the student against comparing the deviation values of one group with those of another, and against drawing conclusions as to the influence of emotionalness, education, or sex. To do this, we must be certain that the same experimental methods have been used, and even then, regard must be had to the conditions of the skin in men and women, in hand or brain workers. It is only the values of the reaction time that can be properly compared with one another. I shall not, therefore, take notice of the absolute values of the mean of the deviation in the individual groups, and shall limit myself to describing the differences between the probable and arithmetical means, since these differences are entirely due to psychological processes, but the physical conditions remain exactly the same during the experiment, as a rule, or if there is any change. It is directed equally to those 2 values. We can compare these group differences. We have 4 groups. 1. Educated women. 5 tests on 5 different persons. 304 associations. In all the tests, a current was led through the person tested. Brass electrodes were used 4 times and nickel electrodes once. The number of galvanic cells was once 3, twice 2, thrice 1. 2. Educated men. 12 tests on 8 different persons, 830 associations. Summers' method was used once, zinc and charcoal electrodes without any current. 11 times we used brass electrodes and a galvanic cell, thrice 2, 8 times 1. We have not included test 2C in the statistics. 3. Uneducated women. 5 tests on 4 different persons, 491 associations. Summers' method was used once, brass electrodes with 1 galvanic cell twice water contact, and 2 galvanic cells. In the 2 experiments with water contact, 2 nickel electrodes were placed each in a glass vessel, and the subject required to dip the 2nd and 3rd finger of each hand in one of the vessels without touching the electrodes. The test does not differ essentially from the others. Only the deviation is lower on account of the slight surface contact, 2 fingers. The probable mean of the deviations was 2 in both tests, carried out on the same subject. The arithmetical mean of one test was 1.5, of the second test 2.6, when the experimenter knew the subject's complexes. 4. Uneducated men. 7 tests on 6 different persons, 535 associations. Summers' method was used 3 times. 3 times brass electrodes, once nickel electrodes with conducted current, twice 2 cells, once 1 cell. In all, 29 tests on 23 persons with 2,160 associations. A comparison of the mean of the reaction time of the different groups follows. The figures are here given in seconds, not in 1/5 seconds. Table 1. PM. Uneducated men, 2.94. Educated women, 2.9. Uneducated women, 2.5. Educated men, 2. AM. Uneducated men, 3.51. Educated women, 3.3. Uneducated women, 2.7. Educated men, 2.2. Difference. Uneducated men, 0.57. Educated women, 0.4. Uneducated women, 0.2. Educated men, 0.2. Two long times in percentage. Uneducated men, 39.8. Educated women, 32.2. Uneducated women, 33.4. Educated men, 32.2. Compared with Jung's results, my results here seem to be on the average higher. These depend, as already stated, upon the personal factor, and also to some extent on the very complicated test methods in my experiments. Uneducated women, all nurses, occupied the first place in Jung's work, the third in mine. The other series agree. This is due to the fact that two of the uneducated women, both Swabians, who took up 2/3 of the associations, were both remarkably fluent in speech. The AM of their time is scarcely greater than the PM. In one of them, the association type is remarkably superficial. Only one Swiss, brought up in the country, showed the type of uneducated women dealt with in former experiments. I am disposed to attribute the great differences of the two means in my uneducated men as much to want of fluency in speech as to lively emotivity. But the great difference in the educated women is a clear sign of emotionalness, as can be proved from the following comparison. Let me first point out that in all groups we find a prolongation of the AM, of the deviations as against their PM. In the reaction time, intellectual and verbal conditions share, but this is not the case in the deviations, so that the difference of the two means enables us to draw conclusions as to emotivity. For when the AM is very great as compared with the PM, the deviations must have been very large, and these are caused by affects. The figure for the difference among educated women is surprising. We see clearly that in this group there was great emotionalness, so that we are justified in referring the great difference between PM and AM of the reaction time simply to emotional causes. From the contradictory values between the differences of time and deviation means among uneducated men, I feel justified in concluding that the great difference in time is not solely conditioned here by their emotivity, but through their unreadiness in speech and their inferior degree of intelligence. For if the time differences were due entirely to emotional conditions, the differences in deviation caused by the emotionalness should be correspondingly greater than in the other groups. The low difference in deviation among the uneducated women corresponds with the low difference in time. This led me to deduce a low emotionalness for this group. As a matter of fact, the two subjects mentioned were not greatly excited by the experiment, but as two tests were made with water contact, which conditions a low amount for deviation and therefore a low difference for both means, I shall draw no conclusion from these values. From a comparison of the values of the educated men, one could deduce great verbal fluency, low difference in time, together with highly developed emotionalness, which agrees with the behavior of these persons as otherwise known to me. Table number 2. Difference between PM and AM of deflection. Educated women, 7.6 millimeters. Educated men, 2.8 millimeters. Uneducated men, 2.5 millimeters. Uneducated women, 1.1 millimeters. Difference between PM of time and AM of time. Second, footnote. I add the differences of the mean time for the sake of clearness. End of footnote. Educated women, 0.4 second. Educated men, 0.2 second. Uneducated men, 0.57 second. Uneducated women, 0.2 second. Too long deviations in percentage. Educated women, 45.9. Educated men, 43.8. Uneducated men, 49.9. Uneducated women, 40.0. The most important factor for a comparison of the reaction time and deviations is the measure which tells us how much greater is the PM of these deviations, which coincide with too long times than the PM of the deviations of the whole experiment. To obtain this result, these deviations are written out and their PM calculated. If the PM of these deviations is greater than that of the whole deviation, it means, in this test, too long times correspond with too long deviations. The following table shows us that this is the case in all four groups. I will not repeat the values for the deviations which coincide with the too long times, but take the differences of these with the PM of the whole experiment. For comparison, I again include the differences of times and deviations. Table 3. Differences between the deflections occurring at too long times and all the deflections of a test. Educated women, positive 5.3. Uneducated women, positive 2.8. Educated men, positive 2.8. Uneducated men, positive 1.0. Difference between PM of deviation and AM of deflections. Educated women, 7.6. Uneducated women, 1.1. Educated men, 2.8. Uneducated men, 2.5. Differences between PM of our time and AM of our time in seconds. Educated women, 0.4. Uneducated women, 0.2. Educated men, 0.2. Uneducated men, 0.57. Again, the educated women exhibit the highest average value, i.e., among educated women, the deviations which coincide with too long times are most distinctly prolonged. This is a further proof that the prolonged times are of emotional origin in this class. Among uneducated women, the difference is strikingly greater than the difference between the PM of the deviations and the AM of the reaction times. We can express these relationships by saying, among uneducated women, there are few long deviations and few very long times, but when the latter do occur, there is a definitely prolonged deviation, viz. 6.8 against PM of deviations for the whole equals 4. As the uneducated women in our test are fluent talkers and hence only show a low difference between PM and AM of reaction times, their too long times are clearly due to emotion, as shown by the great increase of the deviations which coincide with too long times. Among educated men who, as we have seen, are equally fluent in speech, the prolongation of time is again of emotional origin. The fact that the difference between the AM of the deviations and their PM is the same as the difference here reviewed indicates that the prolongation of the deviations coinciding with too long times is less pronounced than among uneducated women. The low difference, positive 1, of the uneducated men confirms the view that the times are only to a small extent prolonged by emotional inhibitions, since the corresponding deviations are so slightly increased. For the most part, it is a question of speech or intellectual difficulties which, as non-affective processes, are unaccompanied by any prolongation of the deviation. We see that the comparison of the three differences allows us to draw more accurate conclusions about the emotionalness during the test than the difference between the arithmetical and probable mean times alone. Besides the relationship between reaction time and deviation, that between the deviation and the total complex signs was also calculated. Though a definite ratio seemed probable between the length of the reaction time and the deviation, no constant ratio could be at first discovered between deviation and complex signs. At Jung's suggestion, I therefore wrote out all the too long deviations, which were the only complex indicator. Next, those which occurred together with one complex indicator, quite irrespective of its kind. And finally, all those which occurred together with two or more complex indicators. We regarded as complex indicators too long reaction times, all kinds of reproduction disturbances, repetition and misunderstanding of the stimulus word, stereotyped repetition of the same reaction word, complex representative, translation into a foreign language, slips of speech, peculiar reactions, and clang associations which were afterwards shown to be conditioned by a complex. There were no faults in my test. It will be seen that sometimes complex indicators need not be conditioned by the particular reaction with whose deviation they are compared, e.g., reproduction disturbances due to perseveration. If nevertheless, the size of the deviation increases with the number of complex indicators, it shows that these exceptions, which are wont to occur with too small a deviation, need not enter into the final result. I will again place in juxtaposition the individual groups and give 1, the AM of the whole test for each group, 2, that of the deviations which are the only single complex indicator, 3, the deviations which occur with one other complex indicator, 4, the AM of those deviations which are connected with two or more complex indicators. Table 4. AM of total deviations. 1. Educated women, 13.7. Educated men, 13.1. Uneducated women, 6.8. Educated men, 10. AM of deviations forming the only complex indicator. 2. Educated women, 18.2. Educated men, 18.3. Uneducated women, 7.8. Educated men, 15.5. Deviation positive, one complex indicator, AM. 3. Educated women, 24.9. Educated men, 19.9. Uneducated women, 8.8. Educated men, 15.9. Deviation positive 2 or more complex indicators, AM. 4. Educated women, 29.2. Educated men, 21.8. Uneducated women, 10.3. Educated men, 17.7. We notice in all the groups the average length of the deviation increases with the number of complex indicators. This coincidence is a meaningless and incomprehensible fact without the theory of complexes and without psychoanalysis. The complex theory shows us the necessary interconnection of this phenomenon. As far as the individual groups are concerned, I would only point out that again, the educated women show the most distinct increase of the single values. In column 4, the value is more than double that of column 1. This is not attained in any other group. The following table shows in percentages and in regard to the total number of associations how often the deviation formed, 1, the only complex indicator, 2, how often it occurred with one complex indicator, and 3, how often with two or more complex indicators. Table 5. Deviation, the only complex indicator. Educated women, 13.3. Educated men, 19.1. Uneducated women, 15.5. Uneducated men, 17.1. Deviation positive, one complex indicator. Educated women, 17.5. Educated men, 15.7. Uneducated women, 14.3. Uneducated men, 18.2. Deviation positive, 2 or more complex indicators. Educated women, 13.2. Educated men, 7.5. Uneducated women, 10.2. Uneducated men, 10.2. The table speaks for itself. It is too soon to draw any particular conclusions from it. The fact that the educated women show such remarkably large values where emotional factors are concerned may have a common cause apart from any accidental causes. The emotionalness is directed in this group chiefly towards the experimenter. It is only to a small extent conscious or conditioned by external circumstances. It is here a question of transference to the physician. Freud. The factor so important in psychoanalysis. In this case, it is transference to the experimenter. Summary, Part 1. 1. There are 3 methods of investigating psychical processes by the galvanometer. A. The application of unpolarizable electrodes to unsymmetrical parts of the skin. Tarchinov, sticker. B. Use of small metal electrodes having a considerable difference of tension. Zinc and charcoal, Summer and Fustinal. C. Use of electrodes of the same material and conduction of an electric current through the person tested. R. Vigouroux, Ferret, A. Vigouroux, E. H. Mueller, Viragoth. 2. There is still uncertainty about the physiological and physical principles of the psychogalvanic phenomenon. It would seem that in all 3 methods, the sweat glands play a prominent part, either 1, by producing the so-called secretory current, or 2, by alterations in the resistance to conduction of the skin as against the conducted current. Method B seems to be the more complicated as regards a physiological and physical explanation. 3. Although there are changes in the sweat glands in all methods of experimenting, we do not yet know whether these changes are absolutely necessary for the occurrence of the psychogalvanic phenomenon, and we do not know whether we are really measuring the same physiological changes in the 3 methods. 4. We can only express ourselves in general terms about the final physical changes. In any case, in view of the extreme promptitude and accuracy which can be observed in the connection between the galvanic phenomenon and the psychical processes, it cannot be merely a question of gross physical or chemical processes which are interpolated between the 2. Above all, it can be no question of processes which, once stimulated, pursue their path independently of psychical events. We are rather constrained to regard these processes as being continuously controlled, furthered, or inhibited by the central organ. 5. Contact changes of the electrodes cannot be an essential condition for the occurrence of the psychogalvanic phenomenon in methods B and C, for it occurs likewise when using water contact. But involuntary pressure on the electrodes can influence to a remarkable extent the size of the deviation. 6. Deep inspirations, sighing, act in general just as psychological stimulus, i.e., on the emotional tone, and not directly by the vasomotor changes which they produce. 7. In the experimental methods B and C, we have seen that in psychical processes, only affective processes, in Bleuler's sense, act upon the psychogalvanic phenomenon. In pure intellectual work, e.g., adding up figures, the reading of indifferent matter, and in the occurrence of sensations unaccompanied by any distinct emotional tone, no deviations occur. Part 2. 8. Too long deviations, i.e., those above the probable mean of the total test, correspond in most cases with complex reactions, short deviations with non-emotionally toned reactions. The too long deviation is therefore a new and valuable complex indicator. 9. We must differentiate between the association curve Varigoth, which contains the basis of the total deviations of an experiment, and the complex wave, which refers only to that section of the association curve where secondary waves occur. 10. The typical complex wave consists of a very long deviation followed by a fall of the curve with short deviations. There are frequent deviations from this norm. In the downstroke of the complex wave, we find the opposite condition to the whole course of the normal association curve, which always exhibits a tendency to rise. 11. A picture similar to the downstroke of the complex wave is obtained. A. By a strong effect which is independent of the experiment, curve 2C. B. By active distraction of the attention from the experiment, curve 3. C. By outer distraction, curve 4. 12. The observations contained in 10 and 11 may be thus expressed. A constant complex, permanent affect, permanent concentration of the attention upon something other than the experimental stimulus, inhibits the psychical preparation of the stimulus. It remains poor in association and emotions. The absence of new affects gives rise to an absence of new innervations, and thus also to the disappearance of the deviations. The explanation of the gradual fall of the curve is that the acute affect gradually fades, whilst the mental attitude of inhibition created by the affect is maintained for a long time. 13. Assuming that we are right in regarding the fall of the galvanometer curve as due to an increase of the electrical resistance and the rise of the curve to a decrease thereof, we may say, whenever an increase in innervation occurs from the application of sensory and psychical stimuli in the normal state, from increased emotivity or from sudden tension of the attention, the resistance to conduction decreases wherever there is inhibition to or decrease of innervations. The resistance increases, therefore, in the cases given in 10 and 11, also in times of rest, in sleep, and in pure intellectual work. Part 3. 14. Prolongation of the reaction time without simultaneous prolongation of the deviation can occur. A. From intellectual difficulties, such as imperfect grasp of the stimulus word, its repetition, a rare word given as the stimulus word. B. From the influence of perseveration, a much more frequent cause. When a complex perseverates, the times within the sphere of influence of the perseveration can be distinctly prolonged, the deviations distinctly shortened. An explanation of this is found in the difference in a perseveration of what we measure by these two values. The reaction time gives us the measure of the conflict between the perseverating emotional tone and the new reaction, whilst the deviation gives us the result of the conflict. In other words, the quantity of attention which the new reaction receives. When the perseverating emotional tone is very strong, the reaction time becomes very long, but the deviation will be very short, since the reaction received but little attention and therefore has only a slight emotional tone. 15. Prolongation of the deviation without simultaneous prolongation of the reaction time can arise from purely verbal reasons. The complex, betrayed by the prolonged deviation, may not prolong the reaction time if the subject has at hand a verbal association he can slip in. The emotional inhibitions arising from the complex can with difficulty be recognized in such verbally fluent associations. 16. Clang associations exhibit generally a too long deviation when they are provoked by a complex contained in the reaction itself. They exhibit a too short deviation when provoked by the perseveration of a previous complex. In the former case, one can usually discover more accurate and deeper connection between the clang associations. In the latter case, usually not. A deviation which is too long, occurring with the clang reaction, indicates, therefore, some deeper connection which often lies in the unconscious and must find its explanation by psychoanalysis. 17. It seems that complexes repressed from the conscious are able to influence the psychogalvanic phenomenon. Part 4. 18. The difference between the probable mean and the arithmetical mean of the deviations is a surer criterion for the emotion of a subject than the difference between the two means of the reaction times. For in the latter intellectual and verbal factors may participate, whilst the deviations are conditioned by affective processes only. 19. In all four groups of the persons tested, educated and uneducated men and women, the mean of those deviations which coincide with too long times is greater than the mean of the total deviations. In all four groups, there is an average correspondence between too long times and too long deviations. 20. In all four groups, the size of the deviations increases with the number of complex indicators. The theory of the complex, which ascribes the occurrence of a complex indicator to the presence of an emotionally toned group of ideas, alone enables us to understand this observation. End of section 54. Section 55 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 13, On the Physical Accompaniments of Association Processes, Part 1. On the Physical Accompaniments of Association Processes, by Dr. H. Nunberg. At the suggestion of Dr. Jung, I have carried out association tests on a number of persons, investigating at the same time some of the psychophysiological changes that occur during the experiments. Definite changes in the physical sphere accompany the emotions. Bleuler, e.g., says of affectivity, certain affects extend our muscles, others relax them, or they produce some other distribution of the muscular tension. When a sudden change takes place in anyone, say he gets pale or flushes, sighs, fidgets, we presume that some definite affective process is going on in him. According to Bleuler, the effect is a generalized reaction. According to Bleuler and Freud, this reaction exhibits a whole series of voluntary and involuntary reflexes through which, as experience teaches us, the affects become discharged. A reaction of this kind can apparently occur spontaneously, or it may be provoked by a conversation or by some word. It can take place consciously if the emerging images are associatively connected with the ego complex, or remain unconscious if they do not enter into this connection. Footnote: Jung understands by the ego complex the attentional mass of the ego when we believe to be accompanied by the potent and ever-living feeling tone of our own body. The Psychology of Dementia Precox, 1909, translated by Peterson and Brill. End of footnote. Since a complex represents the total number of ideas which relate to some definite emotionally toned event, and the emotional tone is nothing but an affective condition which is accompanied by physical innervation. Such reactions must especially arise after complexes. Two methods require consideration in investigating the physical accompaniments of complexes. The one is the subjective method, the other the objective or method through expression. Now, the persons tested are not always able to talk about their deepest emotions or to remember emotionally toned events. We are thus dependent upon the method through expression, which comprises all physical symptoms through which the feelings are outwardly displayed, as well as the movements brought about by the feelings. This objective method can be joined to the association test as elaborated by Jung. When complexes are present, certain disturbances occur in the association experiment, complex indicators. They are external manifestations of the complex and conditioned by the emotional tone accompanying it. In our test, we differentiate in this way the indifferent from the complex associations, placing the reactions which show objective disturbances in a special group. We next differentiate between unconscious and conscious complex associations. Our investigations were directed towards finding out whether in the association experiment there are external changes peculiar to each group. For this purpose, we used Summers' apparatus for the three-dimensional determination of tremors, Mary's pneumograph, and the galvanometer. Part 1. Tests with Summers' apparatus for recording movements in 3 dimensions. Freud says, all our activities proceed from psychic stimuli, inner or outer, and terminate in innervations. Martius writes that when a person at rest is submitted to psychological experiments, involuntary movements are not the exception, but the rule. They do not only occur with strong and sudden stimuli, or with feelings of fear and expectancy. They are also connected with every observation, with every effort of attention. Prayer showed that the hand can write down automatically figures which have been vividly present as ideas. These movements are to some extent made accessible to experimental observation by Summers' apparatus. Summer writes, a physiognomy is, on the other hand, regarded as a factor in the general theory of expression. We try, in place of the old-fashioned physiognomy, to apprehend the movements of expression just where they are most readily accessible to presentation and measurement. The human hand seems most clearly to express these movements, for, like the face, it expresses mental states through these movements. For experimental purposes, the hand has the advantage over the face of relatively greater simplicity. A detailed description of the apparatus will be found in Summers' book, together with an illustration. The principle of the apparatus is the decomposition, by means of a system of levers and apparatus for equilibrization, of the movements of the hands into the 3 dimensions of space, and their transference to a kymograph. 3 curves are described on the kymograph, of which the upper corresponds to to and fro or push movements, the middle to lateral, and the lower to vertical or pressure movements. The subject's hand is fixed to the apparatus as described by Summer. The index and middle fingers are fastened to a plate attached to the equilibrization apparatus, and the arm is supported in an elbow socket. The first test showed at once that the apparatus had some undesirable secondary effects. First, the pressure and push movements were very inconstant. They bent upwards or downwards, backwards and forwards, very considerably. The subject had to be constantly on the watch to maintain the hand in the same position. This caused very great muscular tension, and so a large part of the finer involuntary movements were lost. One subject, indeed, got cramp by endeavoring throughout the experiment to keep the hand in one position. Moreover, the position of the hand was very largely dependent on the voluntary effort of the subject. The lateral curve was the most constant, and so in this work we deal only with observations about changes of lateral movements. The association test was carried out in the usual way. The moment of the stimulus and reaction were marked by means of a Morse key on the kymograph. The distance of both strokes was measured at the completion of the test in seconds. A respiratory curve was also traced on the kymograph because, according to Martius, the arm movements are influenced by the movements of the chest. The respiratory waves and the individual fluctuations of the lateral curve were measured by means of Annise. Before beginning the experiment, all the starting parts of the single curves must be brought into a vertical line with the plummet, for any slight displacement of the curves would affect the results considerably. Curves at rest were first taken, the subject being placed in a position where he was subjected to no stimulus. The fluctuations in the lateral curves were then found to run parallel with the respiratory waves, each respiratory curve corresponding to one fluctuation of the lateral curve, except at several places where a sudden quivering movement was observed. At rest, the movements of the arm coincide to a certain extent with the fluctuations of the thorax. Our results agree with those of Martius, who found the same relationship in his investigations with the plethysmograph. The question now arises whether this relationship holds good in association experiments. We must mention, however, that we had great technical difficulties in working up the curves, but many of the fluctuations in the lateral curve were so small that they could only be measured with great difficulty. The figures so obtained only approximately express the actual values, and this indirectly influences the results. The results given by Summers' apparatus, therefore, must be received with caution. 25 associations were taken on 6 subjects, and the size of the respiratory waves compared with the waves of the lateral curve. The tests were, excepting with 2 persons, carried out twice, at intervals of 2 to 3 days. This plan was adopted in all the tests referred to in this work. One could thus see if the phenomenon was constant in the same person, and whether the experimental excitation was lessened or altogether absent at the second test. Jung and Peterson point out that in consequence of the unusual situation, the submission to experiment, the excitation was so great that the stimulus words could not be appreciated in their full meaning. This gave rise to incomplete assimilation and to imperfect preparation for the stimulus word. Thus the whole experiment was disturbed, whilst in the second experiment, when the subject was more accustomed to the conditions, the changes were much more typical. A decline of the experimental excitation could be proved at the second test, unless, of course, there accidentally arose some cause of disturbance independent of the experiment. Before reviewing the test, we must briefly explain the figures given. The amplitudes of the single respiratory waves and fluctuations of the transverse curves were measured directly after each stimulus of the series, separated into complex and indifferent associations, added together, and their arithmetical mean calculated. Footnote: the absence or presence of complex indicators distinguishes indifferent from complex reactions. End of footnote. The figures in the table are the arithmetical mean of the amplitude in millimeters, the Latin numerals indicating the serial number of the amplitudes after an association. These numbers are represented graphically in the figures. Each number, which expresses the size of the amplitude of the representation, as well as the transverse waves, was entered in single millimeter squares of a millimeter paper. The columns thus formed showing the size of the amplitudes. But since some of our numbers are not absolute, but only comparative values, only as many of the numbers were entered in the millimeter squares as would make the comparison of the different amplitudes visible. The most general numbers taken from the 6 subjects tested will be first given. These refer to the respiratory and lateral curves, which were obtained by adding together the indifferent and the complicated. 1. Respiratory waves 8.7, lateral oscillations 0.6. 2. Respiratory waves 8.6, lateral oscillations 0.8. 3. Respiratory waves 8.8, lateral oscillations 0.8. 4. Respiratory waves 8.8, lateral oscillations 0.8. 5. Respiratory waves 8.9, lateral oscillations 0.9. 6. Respiratory waves 8.7, lateral oscillations 0.8. 7. Respiratory waves 8.6, lateral oscillations 0.8. As the table shows, the 2 series run parallel, except for the first and last waves. A deeper inspiration follows stronger movement of the arm. To a certain extent, the strength of the arm movements depends upon the depth of respiration. There are naturally individual deviations from the averages, but among the individual numbers are some which conform to this rule in a very high degree. 1. Respiratory curve 13.2, lateral oscillations 0.8. 2. Respiratory curve 14.1, lateral oscillations 1.1. 3. Respiratory curve 13.4, lateral oscillations 0.6. 4. Respiratory curve 13.6, lateral oscillations 0.6. 5. Respiratory curve 13.9, lateral oscillations 1.0. 6. Respiratory curve 15.3, lateral oscillations 0.3. 7. Respiratory curve 12.1, lateral oscillations 0.5. Here all the waves agree except the 6th, whose amplitude is very small in contrast with the very large amplitude of respiration. How do the motor experiments of expression behave with indifferent and complicated associations respectively? The following are the changes in the curves with indifferent stimuli. 1. Respiratory waves 8.1, lateral oscillations 0.5. 2. Respiratory waves 8.5, lateral oscillations 0.5. 3. Respiratory waves 8.5, lateral oscillations 0.8. 4. Respiratory waves 8.6, lateral oscillations 0.8. 5. Respiratory waves 8.5, lateral oscillations 1.0. 6. Respiratory waves 8.3, lateral oscillations 0.8. 7. Respiratory waves 8.6, lateral oscillations 0.7. The parallelism is here very slight, although the figures show at the levels of both curves a certain similarity. After complex stimuli, we get the following curves. 1. Respiratory waves 8.6, lateral oscillations 0.8. 2. Respiratory waves 8.6, lateral oscillations 0.8. 3. Respiratory waves 9.4, lateral oscillations 0.8. 4. Respiratory waves 8.7, lateral oscillations 0.9. 5. Respiratory waves 8.8, lateral oscillations 0.8. 6. Respiratory waves 8.9, lateral oscillations 0.8. 7. Respiratory waves 8.3, lateral oscillations 0.9. although a certain similarity can be noticed after indifferent stimuli. In some places there is, except for the first two waves, which are without significance, not merely no agreement, but a marked dissimilarity. The arm movements and respiration correspond most closely in conditions of rest, least of all with complexes. The deviations shown by the indifferent curve are also probably referable to the fact that the association experiment is a psychical activity. The indifferent stimulus words may be regarded as small and transitory stimuli, which affect changes in the mental state. Mental processes of the simplest kind exhibit phenomena of activity. These phenomena are naturally expressed by altered innervation. There is, besides, another factor of perhaps greater importance. Among the indifferent reactions, there are probably many complexes. The stimulus words followed in our tests after relatively long pauses, for we had to wait to note the changes in the curves. The subject could consequently recover himself during the pause and compose himself for the new stimulus word. The influence of perseveration is thus lost, so that probably a few critical reactions are to be found among the indifferent ones. We have seen that after complexes, the agreement between the respiratory and lateral curve is removed, so it is possible that some few complexes influence the indifferent curves. We are justified in concluding, therefore, that the movements of the hand behave differently with complexes from what they do with indifferent stimuli. That is to say, with complexes, the arm movements are less dependent upon oscillations of the chest than when at a state of rest. A few single curves will now be given. 1. With indifferent stimuli. 1. Respiratory curves 3.0, lateral oscillations 0.9. 2. Respiratory curves 3.5, lateral oscillations 1.6. 3. Respiratory curves 3.5, lateral oscillations 2.6. 4. Respiratory curves 3.2, lateral oscillations 2.7. 5. Respiratory curves 3.5, lateral oscillations 2.7. 6. Respiratory curves 3.4, lateral oscillations 2.4. 7. Respiratory curves 3.7, lateral oscillations 2.9. 2. With complex associations. 1. Respiratory curves 4.5, lateral oscillations 1.5. 2. Respiratory curves 4.5, lateral oscillations 0.8. 3. Respiratory curves 4.5, lateral oscillations 1.6. 4. Respiratory curves 4.7, lateral oscillations 1.6. 5. Respiratory curves 3.3, lateral oscillations 0.8. 6. Respiratory curves 4.0, lateral oscillations 1.1. 7. Respiratory curves 3.4, lateral oscillations 2.4. The parallelism is present with indifferent stimuli, almost entirely absent with complexes. We have seen that there is in general a difference between indifferent associations and complexes as regards the kind of movement by which they are expressed. Let us next see if this difference extends to the intensity of these movements. We shall here compare the oscillations of the lateral curves with indifferent stimuli and with complex associations. Again, we proceed from the most general figures. They represent the arithmetical mean of the amplitudes obtained by adding all the curves together. The AM of the amplitudes of the lateral curves is 1. Indifferent stimuli, 0.5 millimeters per association. 2. Complex stimuli, 0.7 millimeters per association. This ratio was found in 5 subjects. In 3 persons with whom the tests were being carried out, it occurred in both tests. Only 1 subject shows an exception. 1. Indifferent stimuli, 2.2 millimeters per association. 2. Complex stimuli, 1.6 millimeters per association. Unfortunately, this contradictory behavior could not be more closely examined owing to lack of material. Whether this was an affect type or only an exception, conditioned by the experimental method, remains uncertain. It is, however, remarkable that this phenomenon occurred in both experiments with this subject. Of the 6 subjects, 5 showed stronger movements of the hands with the complex associations, whilst 1 showed weaker movements. The best single curve of the first group shows the same behavior, i.e., stronger innervations. 1. Indifferent stimuli 0.5, complex stimuli 1.3. 2. Indifferent stimuli 0.3, complex stimuli 1.8. 3. Indifferent stimuli 0.4, complex stimuli 1.4. 4. Indifferent stimuli 0.6, complex stimuli 1.1. 5. Indifferent stimuli 0.4, complex stimuli 1.5. 6. Indifferent stimuli 0.3, complex stimuli 0.6. 7. Indifferent stimuli 0.3, complex stimuli 1.4. With complexes, therefore, the involuntary movements of the arm are other than with indifferent stimuli. This points to a condition of altered innervation. Binswanger has shown in the last chapter that involuntary movements often occur in the association experiment, provoking large galvanic deviations because they are, for the most part, accompanied by strong emotional tones. Even in a state of rest, we noticed an oscillation, and during the association test, we also found such isolated oscillations on the curves. These oscillations occurred quite involuntarily and were apparently quite irregular in their course. The question arises as to whether the same law may be discovered here likewise. For this purpose, these isolated oscillations were counted off after each association and the average of these numbers calculated. An endeavor was made to measure the intensity of the thrust, but no general laws could be made out. The average of these isolated oscillations among 6 subjects was 1. Indifferent stimuli, 1.9 oscillations to an association. 2. Complex stimuli, 2.2 oscillations to an association. Among 3 other subjects, 1. Indifferent stimuli, 2.2 oscillations to an association. 2. Complex stimuli, 1.1 oscillations to an association. It is noticeable in the case of every subject that when only 2 tests were made, the same phenomenon occurred in both, except in one of the first 6 subjects tested. In this person, there were fewer oscillations after complexes in the first test, but in the second test, there were more than after indifferent stimuli. An example will best illustrate these relationships. 1. Test 1. With indifferent stimuli, 1 oscillation. With complexes, 2 oscillations. 2. Test 2. With indifferent stimuli, 1.7 oscillations. With complexes, 2.8 oscillations. There are 2 types that react differently with complexes. The one shows increased excitability under affect. The other is inhibited by affect. Bleuler says of these types, many people who correspond fairly well to the classical sanguinary temperament react quickly and intensively to emotional impressions, but the affect soon wears off. When the storm is over, they are as before. It is as if the acute reaction, the shouting, abusing, hitting out, had abreacted the affect. But if, on the other hand, temperament leads people to suppress the affect, this probably conduces, under conditions not yet ascertained, to displacements and conversion in Freud's sense of pathological reaction. Subsequent abreacting may, under certain conditions, cure the symptoms of the disease which has consisted in a converted affect. Summarizing our results, we see in the association experiment a series of changes of the psychomotor innervation which deviates from the state of rest. 1. The relationship between arm movements and thoracic oscillations is increased with complexes. 2. The movements of the hand are stronger, with one exception, with complex than with indifferent stimuli. 3. The frequency of the individual involuntary oscillations is sometimes less with complexes, sometimes greater. This peculiar behavior leads us to think of the existence of two types. End of section 55. Section 56 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 13, on the Physical Accompaniments of Association Processes, Part 2. Respiration. Effects scarcely ever occur without changes in respiration. Respiration is partly under control of the voluntary nervous system, though under ordinary conditions, it proceeds involuntarily. Wundt says of the physical accompaniments of the feelings that they only have value as objective signs of emotional processes when subjective observation confirms the presence of the emotion. But in the next sentence he says, experience nevertheless tells us that traces of emotion may escape subjective observation. The association experiment enables us to diagnose emotionally toned complexes, and this means the diagnosis of the emotion that accompanies it. Let us consider the behavior of respiration in the association experiment. It may be premised that the actual pronouncing of the reaction word influences respiration very slightly, probably because of the close connection between respiration and speech. The tension of the laryngeal muscles and the vocal cords is different in expiration and respiration. These changes are not passive, but arise from active innervation. Before proceeding to our own test, we will first deal with the results of previous workers. Mosso obtained no conclusive results in regard to changes in respiration from stimulation of the sense organs. Delabar found that during attention, respiration increased in depth and frequency, but decreased during intellectual effort. Lehman says that concentration of the attention causes irregular breathing. Strongly unpleasant sensations are accompanied by stopping of the breathing, succeeded by a few short and irregular respirations. Pleasant stimuli cause an increased depth of breathing. Mentz states that with acoustic stimuli, there is generally a simultaneous prolongation of respiration, which, however, decreases if the stimulus is maintained. In involuntary attention, there is generally a prolongation of the respiration. In voluntary attention, the respiration is much diminished. With affects, he found there generally occurred a prolongation of respiration. With increasing strength of the effect, there is increasing height or depth of the respiration. He also found changes in the form of respiration with different affects. Sonoff and Mewman are of opinion that with sensual attention, the respiration is almost entirely inhibited. With intellectual attention, it is only partially so or not at all. Directly after the stimulus, the breathing increases in depth. With increase of respiration, it becomes more superficial. In involuntary concentration of the attention, inhibition of respiration occurs. Changes in breathing are, moreover, dependent upon the attention's capacity of adaptation. In pleasurable states, there is acceleration and superficiality of the respiration. In painful states, it is slower and deeper. All emotional reactions provoke more changes in the thoracic than in abdominal breathing. Gent says that in transitory conditions of tension, the respiratory curve is scarcely changed. The same is true of permanent emotional tension. During mental work, the curve is somewhat flatter and more extended, but reaches its former height or exceeds it after completion of the work. In emotional excitement, the respiration is more superficial, accelerated, and irregular. Gent also investigated various effects using the reproduction method. He found that under a stimulating affect, the respiration becomes irregular, distinctly deeper, and accelerated as compared with the normal curve. With pleasant affects, the respiration is more frequent, often more superficial, and the size of the respiration changes considerably. In unpleasant affects, which cause excitement and depression, respiration becomes irregular, generally flatter and slower. Martins writes that in mental activity, respiration is accelerated as compared with respiration in a state of rest, whilst the fluctuations decreased in height. Neither pleasure nor pain shows anything characteristic in the symptoms which might enable these to be differentiated from one another. There is a type of affect which is marked by a greater slowing down of the pulse and respiration as compared with rest. Miniman says, in strong excitement, respiration is accelerated and deepened. It becomes irregular under strong affects. It is most regular in the condition of rest of the norm. But a normal curve is only a relative term. There are great differences in the behavior of different subjects towards affective stimuli. Speaking influences respiration but little. Now, as to our own experiments. The method was the same as that used by Jung with Peterson and Richter. A mirror pneumograph was fastened round the thorax, and the respiratory movements were recorded on a smoothly running kymograph. The amplitudes were measured and calculated as already described. The tests were carried out on 14 subjects, twice with each person, and about 25 associations were done each time. If we consider the respiratory curve with indifferent associations, the arithmetical mean of the amplitudes of all the respiratory waves in both tests amounted to 1. 11.4, 2. 11.7, 3. 12.4, 4. 12.2, 5. 12.4, 6. 12.2, 7. 12.3. Footnote: that the figures do not agree with an earlier test is due to our having had more subjects, none of whom were the same persons, since the size of respiration fluctuates considerably in individuals. The average with different subjects is very different. End of footnote. The first respiration after the stimulus word is very small in comparison with all the others. The amplitudes that follow increase up to the sixth, when the amplitude becomes suddenly smaller and increases again after the next deep breath. Respiration increases in depth after the stimulus. The irregularity in curve after the fifth respiration is probably referable to the fact that some complex associations were included among the indifferent ones. Other factors may also have a share. What is the respiration like with complex associations? The AM of the amplitudes in both series of tests is 1. Complex, 11. Indifferent, 11.4. 2. Complex, 11.2. Indifferent, 11.7. 3. Complex, 11.3. Indifferent, 12.1. 4. Complex, 11.4. Indifferent, 12.2. 5. Complex, 11.4. Indifferent, 12.4. 6. Complex, 11.7. Indifferent, 12.2. 7. Complex, 11.9. Indifferent, 12.3. A comparison of the two curves shows that the respiratory curve is almost the same. The amplitude is smallest directly after the stimulus word. Subsequently, the respiration increases in depth. But alongside this, there is one remarkable difference. The respiratory curve is distinctly lowered with complex as compared with indifferent associations. The average of the 7 amplitudes after indifferent stimuli is 12 millimeters, and after complexes, it is 11.4 millimeters. In consequence of the more superficial and strained respiration with complexes, the average volume of the inspiratory and expiratory air is less. Almost all authorities agree that with mental activity, breathing becomes more superficial. Sonnev and Meumann regard this as due to the action of attention, Ghent to the action of tension. But attention is accompanied by conditions of tension. According to Bleuler, attention is nothing but one aspect of affectivity. In our association experiment, we have to deal with complexes, i.e., with ideas which are held together by their affect. Going somewhat further, we shall now inquire whether the behavior of the respiratory curve with the complex associations remains the same in both series of tests as against the curve of the indifferent associations. The arithmetical mean of the amplitude with A, indifferent stimuli. 1. First test, 12.2. Second test, 10.7. 2. First test, 12.2. Second test, 11.3. 3. First test, 12.8. Second test, 11.4. 4. First test, 13.1. Second test, 11.3. 5. First test, 13.1. Second test, 11.7. 6. First test, 12.7. Second test, 11.7. 7. First test, 12.8. Second test, 11.9. B. Complex stimuli. 1. First test, 11.4. Second test, 10.7. 2. First test, 11.8. Second test, 10.6. 3. First test, 12.1. Second test, 10.6. 4. First test, 12.0. Second test, 10.8. 5. First test, 11.8. Second test, 11.0. 6. First test, 12.2. Second test, 11.3. 7. First test, 12.4. Second test, 11.5. The course of the respiratory curve is similar in the second test to the first, as is the behavior of the respiratory curve with indifferent and complex associations. In the second test, the respiration is not as deep as in the first test, with either indifferent or complex associations. Our subjects were not used to the experiment, and as a rule they did not like it very much. Consequently, there was more excitement at the first test than at the second. Ghent came to the conclusion that with exciting stimuli, the respiration was distinctly deeper compared with the normal. Miniman found the same, and says that under constant strong excitation, the respiration is deeper. With constant excitation, the respiration becomes stronger, and the complexes cause a flattening of respiration. This latter quality of the complex does not seem to be suspended under excitement. We shall discuss an exception to this rule later. The rule is, accordingly, that with complexes, respiration becomes more superficial. As mentioned above, there are exceptions. 5 subjects showed at the first test a deepened respiration at complexes. The AM of the amplitudes in these cases was 1. A. Indifferent stimuli, 10.5. B. Complexes, 11.0. 2. Indifferent stimuli, 10.7. Complexes, 12.2. 3. Indifferent stimuli, 11.4. Complexes, 12.2. 4. Indifferent stimuli, 11.5. Complexes, 11.7. 5. Indifferent stimuli, 11.5. Complexes, 11.9. 6. Indifferent stimuli, 11.4. Complexes, 11.9. 7. Indifferent stimuli, 11.4. Complexes, 12.2. These 5 subjects showed strong complex constellations, for on the average there were 19 complexes to 10 indifferent associations. In the second test, they had 13 complexes to 12 indifferent associations. In the remaining subjects, there were 14 complexes to 10 indifferent associations in the first test, whilst in the second test, there were 13 to 11. These strong complex constellations in the first 5 subjects point to great excitation. The transition from conscious to unconscious is really fluid. And it must be admitted that many complexes, for the most part, actual complexes, can, under certain conditions, assume such strength and clearness that they can be easily denoted as conscious. For the purpose of marking off the conscious from the unconscious complexes, we proceeded as follows. At the end of the experiment, the subject was asked if anything definite had come into his mind at the complex association, or if it recalled any event important to him. Those reactions which showed complex indications and to which an affirmative answer was given, we counted among the conscious complexes. All the others, including those where the statement was not quite certain, were reckoned to the unconscious complexes. There is no doubt as to the conscious complexes. The subject was clearly aware of them, whilst among the unconscious complexes there may be some which were more or less conscious, as well as perseverations. The respiratory curve is characteristic for both conscious and unconscious complex associations. The AM of the amplitudes for unconscious complexes is 1. 10.5 indifferent, 11.4. 2. 11.2 indifferent, 11.7. 3. 11.4 indifferent, 12.1. 4. 11.4 indifferent, 12.2. 5. 11.2 indifferent, 12.4. 6. 11.7 indifferent, 12.2. 7. 11.7 indifferent, 12.3. This curve is somewhat similar to that of the joint common complex curve. This is explained by the fact that the unconscious complexes can influence the curve more strongly than the conscious complexes, for there were 239 unconscious to 111 conscious complexes. It, moreover, resembles the indifferent curve. But there is one considerable difference: the size of the respiration. Almost all the amplitudes are smaller than in Figure 3, and moreover, the curve is more irregular than the previous curves. The first respiration is much compressed. The tension of respiration is more intensive in its after effect at the end of the respiratory period, i.e., the depth of respiration increases relatively towards the end of respiration. The difference between the first and last respirations in the size of the amplitude amounts to 1.2 with unconscious complexes, whilst with indifferent associations it is only 0.9 millimeters. The after effect is therefore stronger with unconscious complexes. The arithmetical mean of all 7 amplitudes amounts to 12, with indifferent associations, and to 11.3 with unconscious complexes. When these tests are considered separately, the unconscious complexes find expression in the same way in the respiration. The AM of the amplitudes is 1. First test 10.8, second test 10.2. 2. First test 11.8, second test 10.7. 3. First test 12.0, second test 10.8. 4. First test 11.7, second test 11.2. 5. First test 11.1, second test 11.3. 6. First test 12.3, second test 11.2. 7. First test 12.1, second test 11.3. So far as curves and size of respiration go, these are like figure 4, but the second test series shows smaller amplitudes than the first. This must be connected with the greater experimental excitation of the first test. The curve also, especially in test 1, is very irregular. 2 factors may here take place. First, the strong experimental excitation in test 1. Secondly, the inclusion of some conscious complexes among the unconscious complexes. This supposition is supported by the fact that in the second test, the curve is more regular, and the 2 respiratory curves with conscious complex association are almost parallel. One subject who had only 3 conscious complexes, although there were several doubtful ones, which were accordingly ascribed to the unconscious, shows the same respiratory course with unconscious complexes. In this subject, the AM of the amplitude with unconscious complexes is 1. 9.7, indifference 11.8, 2. 15.0, indifference 14.6, 3. 15.3, indifference 16.9, 4. 15.7, indifference 16.4, 5. 14.2, indifference 17.5, 6. 15.2, indifference 16.7, 7. 15.8, indifference 18.4. These tests show that unconscious complexes inhibit respiration. We now come to the conscious complexes. The AM of the amplitudes for both tests is 1. 11.8, indifference 11.4, unconscious complexes 10.5. 2. 11.3, indifference 11.7, unconscious complexes 11.2. 3. 11.1, indifference 12.1, unconscious complexes 11.4. 4. 11.4, indifference 12.2, unconscious complexes 11.4. 5. 11.5, indifference 12.4, unconscious complexes 11.2. 6. 11.9, indifference 12.2, unconscious complexes 11.7. 7. 12.2, indifference 12.3, unconscious complexes 11.7. The first respiration is very deep. Then there is inhibition, which becomes even stronger at the third respiration than that at the unconscious complex at the same place. This occasions a greater release of tension. At the end, the respiration is as deep as with indifferent associations. In the first half, the curve with conscious complexes is quite different from that of the unconscious complex, for in the former, the inhibition is preceded by deep breathing, whilst in the latter, inhibition follows directly upon this stimulus word. We have seen that under strong excitement, respiration is deepened. According to Zonov and Muman, pain strengthens the activity of respiration. When a conscious complex is met, excitation follows accompanied by pain. This can be occasionally confirmed by subjective observation. The emotional tone of such complexes is very strong. The emerging mass of ideas engross the attention, and this finds expression in the form of subsequent inhibition, while the condition provoked by the attention forms the psychological background for the emotional toned complex. The curve of respiration is therefore different with conscious complexes from what it is with unconscious complexes, and we can say with Freud that excitations whose ideas are incapable of reaching consciousness act upon one another differently, proceed differently, and are led to other modes of expression than those we call normal when we are aware of the content of ideas. With unconscious complexes, the respiratory curve is inhibited as compared with indifferent associations, as it is also with conscious complexes, for the average of the 7 amplitudes amounts to 11.7 in the latter, indifference 12, unconscious complexes 11.3. The fact that this inhibition is less than with unconscious complexes depends, perhaps, upon the excitation occurring at the beginning with the conscious complexes, the after effect of which does not permit the inhibition to develop completely. With affects which are composed of isolated kinds of emotion, these emotions influence each other, cross each other, and may even cancel the action of each other. Do these phenomena occur with conscious complexes in both tests? The AM of the amplitudes is 1. Test 1, 12.5, Test 2, 11.2. 2. Test 1, 11.9, Test 2, 10.7. 3. Test 1, 11.7, Test 2, 10.5. 4. Test 1, 12.0, Test 2, 10.9. 5. Test 1, 12.0, Test 2, 11.0. 6. Test 1, 12.4, Test 2, 11.5. 7. Test 1, 12.8, Test 2, 11.7. These curves show not only the same characteristics as the curve in Figure 4, but are almost the same. The reason for this must be that here we have only selected associations, i.e., only purely conscious ones. The second curve is flatter than the first, but that is nothing new. We gave 5 tests, having deeper respiration with complex associations, which we left over for later discussion. These respiration curves will be decomposed into their components, i.e., into conscious and unconscious complexes. The AM of the amplitudes is 1. Unconscious complexes 9.9, conscious complexes 12.4, indifference 10.5. 2. Unconscious complexes 11.8, conscious complexes 12.7, indifference 10.7. 3. Unconscious complexes 11.6, conscious complexes 12.5, indifference 11.4. 4. Unconscious complexes 11.0, conscious complexes 12.3, indifference 11.5. 5. Unconscious complexes 11.6, conscious complexes 11.6, indifference 11.5. 6. Unconscious complexes 11.5, conscious complexes 12.4, indifference 11.4. 7. Unconscious complexes 11.6, conscious complexes 13.0, indifference 11.4. The curve agrees but little with the former curves, save with that found in indifferent associations. The curve with conscious complexes has the greatest amplitudes. With unconscious complexes, it oscillates towards the limit of the respiratory curve of indifferent associations. The respiratory curve of unconscious complexes is less like that of the indifference than the conscious complex. As compared with the latter, it is but slightly deepened. The AM of all the amplitudes is 11.2 indifference, 11.3 unconscious complexes, and 12.3 conscious complexes. The respiratory volume is therefore greatest in the latter. The difference in the indifferent reactions and unconscious complexes is a minimum. So far as the course of the curve is concerned, the curve of conscious complexes approximates most nearly to the average type, i.e., it shows at the beginning a deepened respiration, with inhibition occurring later. The respiration with unconscious complexes deviates most of all from the average. It is the most irregular. Perhaps this curve is caused by a few conscious complexes which are included among the unconscious on account of the subject's faulty introspection. We have already mentioned that these curves occurred with the first test when the subject was excited, and we must add that these experiments had frequently to be interrupted. It would seem that when an affect exists external to the experiment, only the conscious complexes obtain expression in the form of increased respiration, whilst with unconscious complexes, this deviates but slightly from that of indifferent associations. Summary. 1. With complexes, the respiration is inhibited as compared with the respiration with indifferent associations. 2. Unconscious and conscious complexes differ from one another in their type of respiration. Unconscious complexes show strong inhibition of respiration, whilst with conscious complexes, there is excitation in addition to the inhibition. 3. In an affect not directly related to the experiment, the conscious complexes seem only to be able to gain expression through increase in the respiration. 4. Respiration becomes deeper under strong experimental excitation. 5. There are two types of complex respiration. The one shows itself by labored breathing. The inspiration is more difficult. There is a kind of dyspnea and a feeling of oppression which is probably a partial manifestation of the feeling of anxious dread. The causes of this oppression are not known. Such respiration almost corresponds to the respiration type of unconscious complex associations. In the other type, the respiration is irregular, alternately deep and superficial, quasi-sighing. The sighs either occur spontaneously or when a complex is aroused during conversation. When asked the reason for the sighing, one is often told that an emotional tone event has been stirred up. This second kind of breathing corresponds to our respiratory type with conscious complexes. Further investigation must be made to decide the question whether these two types can be separated in practice. End of section 56. Section 57 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 13 on the Physical Accompaniments of Association Processes, Part 3. Respiration and the Psychogalvanic Phenomenon. We have seen that respiration is influenced in typical ways by conscious and unconscious complexes. As Verrigus' work and Binswanger's have shown, the psychogalvanic reflex has a relationship of its own to these conditions. The experiment was so arranged that changes in the galvanometer and in respiration were simultaneously recorded on a revolving drum. The method was one which was used and described by Jung and his collaborators, to whose works the reader should refer. 20 tests were carried out on 10 persons. Binswanger has shown in the last chapter the meaning of the psychogalvanic phenomena. A change in innervation is expressed by a decrease of the electrical resistance, as shown by fluctuations of the current. The deviations are stronger with complexes than with indifferent associations. The length of the deviations increases with the number of complex indicators. Unconscious complexes are also shown by the galvanometer. In distraction of the attention, the stimulus provokes slight or no deviations, and the resistance of the body increases. Farragut has demonstrated the same results. The psychogalvanic reflect consists in a fluctuation in intensity of the electric current. The current decreases when at rest, increases under stimulus. With acoustic stimuli, fluctuations only arise when the stimulus excites the attention of the subject. With the strength of the emotional tone, the size of the deviation increases. Farragut maintains against Binswanger that besides the strength of the emotional tone, actuality plays a part. But this is only an apparent contradiction, for actuality is included in the concept of emotional tone. In certain circumstances, all objective complex signs may be absent and the complex is only betrayed by the large galvanic deviation. We have found this often in our tests. Morton Prince and Peterson showed in a person with treble dissociation that the ideas split off from consciousness gave galvanic deviations. If the galvanometer is an indicator of affective processes, all physical manifestations of affectivity should run parallel with the fluctuations of the galvanometer, at least to a certain extent. Farragut made such tests in a person with injury of the skull, but obtained no definite results. Jung and Peterson took pneumographic and galvanometer curves and came to the following conclusions. Fluctuations in respiration often coincide in time with galvanometric fluctuations, but often they do not. It may happen that the galvanometer curve shows distinct fluctuation, whilst the respiratory curve is quite steady, and conversely, in a case of dementia praecox. Disturbances in respiration come to rest less quickly than the galvanometer. They are influenced by conscious effects, if these are strong. They are dependent upon the will, while the psychogalvanic phenomena is not, and they are also dependent upon other intellectual processes. In a subsequent investigation, Jung and Richter found that the size of the respiration varies, that during the rise of the galvanometer curve, the respirations become smaller, whilst they become larger during its fall. There is no relationship between diminution of the amplitude and the height of the galvanic curve. Here, all kinds of individual variations occur. In dementia praecox, no changes may occur in the galvanometer curve, whilst they can be found in the respiratory curve. No rules could be determined as to the rapidity of respiration. The working out and measurement of our curves was done in the following way. A straight line was drawn from the apex of the galvanic curve through the synchronic movement of the respiratory curve, and then the respiratory amplitudes were measured forwards and backwards and written down as follows. Before the galvanic apex, first respiration wave, second respiration wave, third respiration wave. After the galvanic apex, first respiration wave, second respiration wave, third respiration wave, etc. The apex corresponds to the strongest galvanic deviation, i.e., to the space between the highest point of the galvanic wave and its base. I should like to mention here that there are really two kinds of courses for the galvanic deviation. The one shows a rapid rise and fall with great deviations, so that the curve presents more or less of an acute angled apex. The other, with the same base, rises more slowly. The deviation is maintained rather longer at the maximum height, and then again falls slowly. The apex is flat and the curve looks like a flattened cone. To measure such an apex, it must be bisected, but this rather alters the relation of the respiratory amplitudes to the acute angled apices. This behavior, however, only slightly influence the results. In working out psychological material, where we have but few objective points to which to cling, and more especially in an experimental method, which puts very little obstacle to the freedom of the psychological process, it is impossible to eliminate all sources of error. It is, e.g., easily possible that a complex assimilates to a stimulus word to which it is related without further disturbance, but that nevertheless there is a considerable galvanic deviation. In this case, the association would be counted among the so-called indifferents, simply from want of objective signs. This occurs somewhat often. Again, since the distinction between conscious and unconscious is really very gradual, certain complexes of strong emotional tone may be unconscious in one person with bad introspection, which would be long since conscious in another person with a good insight into himself. In this way, it may easily happen that occasionally complexes, whose quantum of excitation really depends upon consciousness, do still remain in the class of the unconscious. The class of conscious complexes, as may be readily understood, is the purest and least disturbed. Still, all the irregularities to which attention has been drawn form the exception and not the rule. The next question is whether the maximal deviations correspond with the alteration in respiration. The AMs of the respiratory amplitudes of both series of tests amount to with indifferent associations. Before, 3, 11.8, 2, 13.0, 1, 13.0. Apex of GD, 6.08. After, 1, 13.0, 2, 13.4, 3, 13.2, 4, 13.1. The apex corresponds to the height of the deviation. Its size is given in the figures under apex of galvanometer deviations. The figures before and after the apex, given serially in Latin numerals, signify the size of the respiratory amplitudes. There is nothing of special interest about this curve, except that the respiration seems to be somewhat checked near the apex. After the apex, it increases in depth. Complex associations. Before, 3, 11.8, 2, 12.7, 1, 12.1. Apex of GD, 7.78. After, 1, 12.2, 2, 12.7, 3, 12.3, 4, 13.4. The smallest respiratory curves coincide with the height of the galvanic deviation. After the apex, the amplitudes are larger than before the apex. The same phenomenon occurs with indifferent associations. Our results agree with those of Jung and Richter. With the upstroke of the galvanometer curve, respiration is smaller. With the downstroke, it is greater. This behavior occurred in both tests. A. Indifferent associations. Before, 3, first test 12.7, second test 11.0. 2, first test 13.6, second test 12.5. 1, first test 13.7, second test 12.3. Apex of GD, first test 6.21, second test 5.95. After, 1, first test 13.8, second test 12.2. 2, first test 14.5, second test 12.3. 3, first test 14.0, second test 12.4. 4, first test 13.9, second test 12.3. B. Complex associations. Before, 3, first test 12.7, second test 11.0. 2, first test 13.0, second test 12.4. 1, First test 12.5, second test 11.8. Apex of GD. First test 7.38, second test 8.15. After 1. First test 12.4, second test 12.0. 2. First test 12.9, second test 12.5. 3. First test 12.8, second test 11.9. 4. First test 14.5, second test 12.4. Except with the indifferent associations of the first test, the smallest respiratory amplitudes coincide with the apex of the galvanometer deviation. In all the curves, respiration is deeper after the apex than before. With indifferent and complex associations, respiration is deeper in the first test than in the second. The galvanometer deviations are likewise greater in the first than in the second series of the indifferent associations. The difference of the deviation with indifferent and complex associations amounts to 1.17 in the first, 2.20 in the second tests. The greater deviations with indifferent associations and the weaker differentiation of these in the first test, when respiration is also deeper as compared with test 2, suggest a certain experimental excitation. The contention previously advanced that under permanent excitation, respiration becomes deeper is supported by these figures. Now, as to the behavior of conscious and unconscious complexes. The AM are the respiratory amplitudes of the two tests with unconscious complexes is before 3, 11.8, 2, 12.6, 1, 12.1. Apex of GD, 7.57. After 1, 12.3, 2, 12.6, 3, 12.1, 4, 12.7. The AM of the respiratory amplitudes with conscious complexes is before 3, 12.3, 2, 12.4, 1, 11.7. Apex of GD, 8.72. After 1, 11.5, 2, 12.4, 3, 12.1, 4, 12.6. The largest deviations coincide with the smallest respiratory amplitudes. This relationship is seen most distinctly by comparing the above figures and tables. The greater the deviations, the smaller the amplitudes of respiration grouped in the immediate proximity of the apex. The greatest galvanic deviation and the strongest inhibition of respiration arise at the height of the development of affect. These great changes in innervation occur with conscious complexes. In the previous section, in conscious complexes, the third inspiration was the most superficial. This corresponds here to the first one before the apex. But this will be shown to be no contradiction. The same behavior is observed when the two series of tests are considered apart. The AM of the amplitude of respiration is A. Unconscious complex associations. Before 3. First test 12.7, second test 11.0. 2. First test 12.5, second test 12.7. 1. First test 12.2, second test 12.0. Apex of GD. First test 7.95, second test 7.20. After 1. First test 12.1, second test 12.5. 2. First test 12.6, second test 12.6. 3. First test 12.4, second test 11.8. 4. First test 13.0, second test 12.5. B. Conscious complexes. Before 3. First test 12.3, second test 12.3. 2. First test 13.0, second test 11.9. 1. First test 12.3, second test 11.1. Apex of GD. First test 8.29, second test 9.50. After 1. First test 12.1, second test 10.9. 2. First test 12.8, second test 12.1. 3. First test 12.9, second test 11.3. 4. First test 14.3, second test 10.9. If we place together the galvanic deviations apart from respiration, with indifferent associations, the G deviation is 6.08. With unconscious complexes, the G deviation is 7.57. With conscious complexes, the G deviation is 8.72. Conscious complexes therefore form the largest deviations. There is a difference in the strength of the deflections between conscious and unconscious complexes of 0.86, and between unconscious complexes and the indifference of 1.78. The ratios are exactly similar in the tests taken separately. Test 1. Indifferent associations, G deviation 6.21. Unconscious complexes, G deviation 7.95. Conscious complexes, G deviation 8.29. Test 2. Indifferent associations, G deviation 5.95. Unconscious complexes, G deviation 7.20. Conscious complexes, G deviation 9.50. In the second test, the deviations are more differentiated in consequence of the diminution of experimental excitation. The individual figures of the separate tests behave exactly the same as the average figures, with one exception. On the average, complex associations are accompanied by greater galvanic deviations than are indifferent associations. The conscious, especially, are more intensive than the unconscious complexes. This fact says that, ceteris paribus, the maximum of changes in innovation coincides with consciousness. The action of consciousness seems, as a rule, to belong to complexes of the strongest psychophysical influence. I express this view with diffidence, because there are exceptions to this rule, as we shall see below. We have now learned that conscious complexes show greater galvanic deviation than unconscious ones. We have already mentioned that in our experiments the effect of perseveration was often unable to find expression. But perseveration can be so strong that after a reaction, apparently innocent, disturbances suddenly occur in the next reaction, such as false reproduction, prolonged reaction, times becoming gradually shorter, etc. Such associations, which only look like complexes because of the perseverating emotional tone, generally appear to be accompanied by smaller galvanic deviations. Sometimes the emotional tone of a complex is so strong that despite the long pauses in our experiment, perseverations are seen in the reactions following. For this reason, it has happened that associations have been sometimes included in the class of the unconscious complex association, which were not really complexes, and this naturally has altered the total results. To obviate to some extent this source of error, we proceeded as follows. With every subject, we first took the total number of conscious complexes and selected from them the largest galvanic deviations, 50% of the total, and then calculated the mean. The same was done with the unconscious complexes. This procedure was based upon the following reasoning. If we count among the unconscious complexes all the associations with complex signs when a complex is not conscious, we should certainly have among these no inconsiderable number of pure perseverations. In such cases, according to all previous experience, the galvanic deviation seldom reaches the size of the greatest deviation with true complexes. Thus, with perseverations, the deviations tend to be relatively low. This method of the greatest galvanic deviations eliminates the perseverations as far as possible. We had 10 subjects for the experiments with the galvanometer. We will first give the average figures of both tests according to the above method of calculation. AM are the greatest galvanometer deviations with conscious complexes 11.0, unconscious complexes 9.0. The average figures of the two tests separately are conscious complexes, test 1, 10.5, test 2, 11.5. Unconscious complexes, test 1, 8.7, test 2, 9.4. On the average, therefore, the greatest selected deviations in both tests are stronger with conscious than with unconscious complexes. They are, as we have seen elsewhere, stronger and more differentiated in the second test than in the first. These are the universal relationships, but if we proceed to the individual figures of the subjects separately, the relationships become rather different. There are exceptions, so that individual deviations as well as their total average are in some test cases greater with unconscious than with conscious complexes. Subject number 1, doctor, 28 years old. In the first test, the deviations are, on the average, greater with unconscious complexes than with conscious ones. Conscious complexes 9.0, unconscious complexes 9.3. 20 associations were taken, 11 of which were complexes and 4 of those 11 were conscious. The AM of the reaction times amounts to 1.8 second, the PM 1.7 second. No disturbances of reproduction, no faults. The complexes are recognized chiefly by 2 long reaction times. The subject was acquainted with the association experiment. The second test showed nothing special as regards the galvanometer deviations. Subject number 2, medical student, 24 years old, rather emotional. At the first test, the average of the galvanic deviations was conscious complexes 9.4, unconscious complexes 9.8. Altogether 30 associations, among these 22 complexes, of which 7 were conscious, 5 reproduction disturbances, 1 fault. AM equals 2 seconds. PM equals 1.8 second. The subject was acquainted with the association experiment. The second test went quite smoothly and showed nothing special. Subject number 3, student of chemistry, 20 years old. In the first test, there were 18 associations, including 8 complexes, of which 3 were conscious, 4 disturbances in reproduction, no faults. AM equals 1.6 second, PM equals 1.4 second. The average size of the galvanometer deviations is smaller with unconscious complexes than with conscious. Unconscious 3.9, conscious 4.3. The biggest deviation with the former being, however, just as big as with the latter. The association to this deviation was stimulus word water, reaction lake, RT 2 seconds, reproduction G, fault, deviations 4.3. At the end of the test, the subject was unable to suggest anything definite about this reaction. Subsequently, he remembered a dangerous incident which had happened to him on a glacier. In the second test, with 23 associations, there were 15 complexes, 3 unconscious, and 4 disturbances in reproduction. The deviations were, on the average, greater with unconscious than with conscious complexes. The greatest deviation with the latter was 4.2, with the former 6.4. The individual associations did not explain much about this behavior. The AM and PM of the reaction times is the same as in the first test. Subject number 5, student of philosophy, 25 years old. First test shows nothing remarkable as to the deviations. In the second test, the average of the galvanometer deviations is 14.5, with conscious complexes and 14.5 with unconscious complexes. 28 associations, among these being 15 complexes, 5 of which were conscious. No disturbances in reproduction. Pronounced predicate type indicating a rather stronger emotional expression. Jung. Very emotional. AM equals 2 seconds. PM equals 1.9 seconds. The greatest galvanometer deviation. Conscious complex is 15.3. Journey, long. RT, 2.7. Unconscious complexes, 16. Window, in the garden. RT, 3.0. Subject number 7, medical student, 23 years old. First test, 27 associations, 18 of which were complexes, 2 of these unconscious. 9 disturbances in reproduction. The average of the galvanometer deviation with unconscious complexes was 3.9, with conscious 4.3. The greatest galvanometer deviation. Conscious complexes 4.3, frog, jump, RT 1.9. Unconscious complexes 4.4, to aim, good, RT 1.8, reproduction incorrect. Second test, 29 associations, 18 of these complexes, of which 2 were conscious. 9 disturbed reproductions. Average of galvanometer deviations with conscious complexes equal 9.5. Unconscious equal 8.9. Greatest galvanic deviation. Conscious complexes 9.5. Box, sand, RT 1.8. Unconscious complexes 10.6. Love, boy, RT 1.6. Reproduction incorrect. The reactions in both tests are predominantly predicates. Subject number 8, student of philosophy, 25 years old. Nothing special with first test. In the second test, 26 associations, of which 17 were complexes and 5 of these conscious. 3 disturbances in reproduction. Overwhelming number of reactions are predicate. AM equals 1.7 second. PM equals 1.6 second. Average of galvanic deviations with conscious complexes equals 20.2. With unconscious equals 14.4. The greatest galvanometer deviation. Conscious complexes 21.8. Marriage once, RT 2.8. Unconscious complexes 26. Paint, faint 2.1. The association immediately preceding this unconscious one was a conscious association. Beat, big, GD 20.6, RT 2.0. We may perhaps have a perseveration here. Subject number 9, lady, PhD, 35 years old. First test, 26 associations, 15 of which were complexes, 4 being conscious, 1 disturbance in reproduction. Average of the galvanic deviations with conscious complexes is 10.9, with unconscious equals 10.2. The greatest galvanometer deviation with conscious complexes 11.4. Tired, jolly, RT 2.1, reproduction incorrect. With unconscious complexes 11.5. To whistle, whistle 1.9. It is possible that this was a perseveration, but the associations immediately preceding this association were 22, modest, small, RT 2.0, GD 9.3. Reference, uncertain, said to be conscious. 23, floor, door, RT 1.9, GD 11.1. Reference, positive, said to be unconscious. 24, to whistle, whistle, RT 1.9, GD 11.5. Positive, said to be unconscious. In almost all the subjects, there was a deviation which was greater with unconscious complexes than with conscious. Without a thorough psychoanalysis, we cannot go more deeply into the individual associations. It must, however, be said that in many cases the deviations with conscious complexes can be very great in comparison with the unconscious ones. E.g., subject number 5, medical student, 23 years old, extremely emotional. AM equals 2.1 seconds. PM equals 1.8 second. 23 associations, of which 10 were complexes, 5 being conscious, 4 disturbances in reproduction. The average of the galvanic deviation with the conscious complexes equals 32, with unconscious equals 17.1. The greatest galvanic deviation was conscious complexes 42.0, month, spring, RT 4.7, reproduction incorrect. Unconscious complexes 19.9, bride, old maid, RT 2.5. This short list suffices to prove that our rule holds good that conscious complexes express themselves more strongly than unconscious ones, but that occasionally this rule has an exception, the unconscious complex producing a stronger deviation than the conscious. Whether this inversion of the law is to be apprehended in the sense of Freud's pathological reaction can be only determined by further experiments. I would draw attention to the example given in subject number 3, where an association capable of existing in the conscious, but not conscious during the experiment, gave a deviation quite as large as the size of the deviation which corresponded to a conscious association. It will be noted that the criterion of consciousness is based upon a subjective statement, which may be often incorrect. But as psychoanalysis teaches us, this is not of primary importance, for between conscious concealment and unconscious repression is but a step. The difference is not one of a kind, but only of degree. Summary. Part 1. Experiment with Summers' apparatus. Summers' apparatus is, for various reasons, not an instrument adapted for the recording of the finer movements of expression, but by it we were able to prove that the movements of the arm or of the hand are stronger with complexes than with indifferent associations. The respiratory movement of the thorax communicated to the arm in a state of rest, and with indifferent associations seems to be so inhibited with complex associations that it is no longer communicated to the arm. All the other movements of the curves are of external origin and have nothing to do with movement of expression, with the exception of certain involuntary tremors, which seem to conform to a rule which is not yet precisely determined. Part 2. Respiration. As contrasted with respiration during indifferent associations, the size of respiration shows distinct diminution with complexes. This inhibition is found chiefly with unconscious complexes. With conscious complexes, a type of respiration occurs, which is alternately compressed and deepened through excitation. Part 3. Respiration and psychogalvanic phenomena. The comparison of the psychogalvanic with the respiratory curves shows, in agreement with the results obtained by Jung and Richter, a diminution of the amplitude of respiration with the upstroke and an increase with the downstroke of the galvanic curve. The highest point of the galvanic curve coincides with the minimum of the amplitude of respiration. Conscious complex associations result, as a rule, in a greater galvanic deviation than do unconscious complex associations. End of section 57. End of Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader.